Declare open the hearing of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights into Antisemitism at Australian universities. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet and pay my respects to the elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I'm Josh Burns, the Chair of the Committee, and I have with me Mr Henry Pike, Deputy Chair of the Committee, Mr Graham Perrott, and on the teleconference we have Senator Lisa Darmanin, and then at some stage today I believe we'll also have Senator David Shoebridge and Ms Kylie Tink. On behalf of the committee, I welcome you all here today. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Parliament as a contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I now welcome representatives from the University of Sydney via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, Mark Scott, Vice-Chancellor and President of the University of Sydney.
Castan Andrews. I'm the Vice President of External Engagement at the University of Sydney.
Thank you. And I believe Ms Kylie Tink has joined us online as well. Okay. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of that we'll open up for some questions.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you again today, and we appreciate you accommodating us via video conference. I'll be brief, as this is our second appearance before this committee. As we've said previously, the University acknowledges that we did not get everything right in our response to the events on our campus following the October 7 attacks on Israel. We are committed to listening, particularly to our Jewish staff and students, and also learning from local and international experience in implementing any necessary changes. Among our actions since then, 3 are worth calling out. Firstly, a new campus access policy was released for the second semester of 2024 with strict guidelines around protests and activities on our grounds. Following extensive consultation, a revised and improved policy will be introduced for semester 1 this year. Secondly, we launched a comprehensive review of our complaints handling process, with the results of that review to be announced in semester 1, but with several important improvements to the process already implemented. And thirdly, the University Senate commissioned the independent review by Bruce Hodgkinson SC to test whether our policies, practices and protocols were fit for purpose to ensure a safe and welcoming campus for all our students and staff, while also protecting our commitment to free speech and academic freedom. Mr Hodgkinson's 15 recommendations have been endorsed in principle by the University Senate, and the University Executive has now been tasked with consulting the university community and determining how these recommendations will be implemented. As part of that process, we emailed staff and students last Thursday inviting feedback on revisions to 5 key policies, including those related to the use of flags and promotional materials on campus, social media and public commentary. Mr Hodgkinson's recommendations to introduce a new civility rule is still under consideration and will be open to consultation at a later date. Finally, it's also worth noting that we have again increased security on campus in response to the horrific anti-Semitic attacks we've seen in Melbourne and Sydney in recent months. We utterly condemn these attacks and continue to work closely with Jewish groups to keep our community safe. On university campuses, as in the broader community, the fight against anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination must continue. We are committed to playing our role. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Vice-Chancellor, and thank you very much for agreeing to come back to the committee. We do appreciate it. Following on from our discussion last time, and just in regards to your opening statement, you went through some of the recommendations of the Hodgkinson's review that was accepted in principle, and that you said that there was going to be now the board was going to work out how they were going to be implemented. What's the timing of the implementation of all of the Hodgkinson's review's recommendations?
Well, a number of things are underway. He called for a review of our complaints process. We had already started that in advance of the Hodgkinson's review, and that review is underway with some changes already being put in place. We do have, as part of our university policies and practices, part of our industrial agreement, our student code, a commitment to consultation around policies and reforms. And so these policies that we put out for consultation last week will have a return date later on in February, and would be looking to implement those policies as finally ratified by the University Executive for semester one this year. And there are other key policies as well, other key recommendations that have been put out for consultation as well, again with an eye to implementing changes for semester one this year. And importantly, the campus access policy that we did talk about when we last met. The campus access policy, we had made a commitment to our community to review that. I think I would make an argument that that had worked effectively for us in second semester last year, but it did generate controversy on campus. We asked for consultation on that. Mr Hodgkinson also made recommendations on that. We are currently considering the response we've had from our community in light of the Hodgkinson review as well. And again, we'd expect a revised campus access policy to be in place for semester 1 2025.
So let's just go through those bits in details. Can you outline what the changes to the campus access program will be for semester one?
No, I can't at this point, Chair, because it has not finally been endorsed by the University Senate. As you know, and I'm happy to go into the detail on it, the revised campus access policy was designed to ensure that we could manage the university as a safe place. As has been identified by Mr Hodgkinson, there are clear responsibilities on leaders of organisations like universities now to create a psychologically safe workplace, and there are new requirements that come to existence under work health and safety provisions. And so what we've tried to do with the campus access policy is to help us manage the university safely, to be aware of where people want to exercise free speech, but to create safe spaces on the university campus as well. So issues that came up in consultation was about, there's been debate as to how much advance notice should be given or whether any advance notice should be required for university protests. One of the things we said in the campus access policy was no protests inside buildings. And no use of megaphones inside buildings. Give us advance notice if you're going to have a protest. Let us know if you want to put up stalls or provide or actually to use university facilities in a certain way. And this, in the main, was to help us to prepare, to help our security team prepare, and to help us to deal with potential areas of conflict. Now, there were different views on that. The Student Representative Council had views that they thought the notice periods were punitive, and the staff union felt that as well. There were others who said to us in the consultation that they felt it had made the university a safer and more secure place. And I would say, Chair, to you, that the number of complaints that we had in second semester by students when the campus access policy was in operation dramatically reduced from what we saw in the first semester. But we recognised that we will need to fine-tune it. We will be considering that in coming weeks, and we'll be looking to have that implemented for semester one this year.
And just to be clear, the changes to the campus access program are in line with the Hodgkinson's review, including the recommendations 1 and 2?
What we will do, I'm just pulling up those recommendations.
So that they're around the prohibition on encampments as a form of protest.
Oh, yes. Look, I can say to you, Chair, quite clearly that the commitment to not having encampments, I believe, has worked successfully and well at the university in the second semester. and I personally strongly support the maintenance of that encampment ban. As I said previously, this was a form of protest, even though we've had a lot of protest here at the University of Sydney in 170 plus years. Encampments have not been a feature of that protest. We are not set up to manage that effectively and well. It generated significant challenges for us in terms of security and safeguarding health and wellbeing, and I strongly support that encampments would continue to be prohibited. And also, I think Mr Hodgkinson is highly persuasive in his arguments almost about creating safe spaces in and around the university campus. And I believe that it's a big campus here, as you know, Chair. There is lots of open spaces, but when you are inside a building, when you are attending a lecture, when you are going about your work, I believe the movement of protests indoors, occupying buildings, limiting people's access inside building and outside buildings, I believe that is not in the interests of the health and wellbeing of our staff and our students and our community. I think the implementation of this campus access policy, banning that in the second semester, I think worked effectively and well. And we do, and Mr Hodgkinson suggests this, we do need to be able to create space for protests. There will be demonstrations, there will be debate and review, but we need to create safe spaces as well. And as I think the Hodgkinson Review clearly articulates, freedom of speech and academic freedoms are not unfettered rights. They need to apply within the rule of the land. And we have responsibilities to create safe environments for our staff and our students. And so I think the first two recommendations of Hodgkinson do that. And I expect that they will be ratified again in the revised campus access policy when it's put out in coming weeks.
Thank you, Vice.
Add one additional piece of information that might be relevant to the committee. The new policy also specifies that the right to organise a protest on university land is reserved for our staff and students, to provide clarity on that and clearer information about our expectations and requirements of our conduct on campus.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions, then I'll hand over to my colleagues. On the, you mentioned in your opening remarks, Vice-Chancellor, that you have already implemented changes to the complaints process. Are they in line with the Hodgkinson's review to make it all simpler? And can you outline what the changes are?
Well, we are doing a detailed review of our complaints policy. We've already increased resourcing to this. We are tracking the trends that are coming through the complaints process. And we did put additional processes in place with respect to complaints associated with the Middle East conflict. I think the contribution of the...
What about the simplification of it, sorry?
Absolutely. That is exactly the path that we are going down now. We support the recommendation that says there should be a complete overhaul of our complaints process, simplifying every aspect to it. There will be a single office that is created to receive and process all complaints. One of the difficulties we had was many different pathways and doors through on the complaint processes. We endorse what Mr Hodgkinson said about the capacity for alternative dispute resolution processes taking place. There will be a regular report to Senate on complaints that have been received and the nature of those complaints. And also we will issue a public report that identifies actions that have been taken place on complaints. I would say as well that we are looking at that complaint process in an environment of evolving regulatory requirements, the emergence now, of course, of a student ombudsman, a new national code on gender-based violence. These need to be incorporated, our engagement with them incorporated into the complaints processes as part of the regulatory overview that we are looking at now. I would say, and again, I want to reference Bruce Hodgkinson's work here. I think our team that have been looking at complaints have been dealing with a complex and convoluted complaints process that has emerged and evolved over a long period of time. He did say, however, that those involved in administering and dealing with complaints at the University of Sydney are highly trained, diligent and professional in the way they treat all aspects of the complaints made to the university. All complaints are treated seriously. So we have done the best we can, but with a flawed complaint system, and we are prioritising the implementation of that. I spoke to the Chancellor on the weekend on this again. It is a top priority for the University Senate, and we'll be working effectively with them in the first semester as we overhaul this complaints process.
Last question from me, Vice-Chancellor. I mean, clearly there's been a lot of work that's gone on, and I thank you for that. I mean, what's your message to students who are anxious about coming to university in semester one and have been the subject of antisemitism on the campus of the University of Sydney, or have seen colleagues and friends? What's your message to give them the confidence that they can come back to university on semester one ready to participate as any other student would, or staff for that matter?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I had a good discussion with Rabbi Feldman from the Newtown Synagogue in a meeting that we had before Christmas, and I'm meeting up with him again next week. And in discussions there, and there were some media outlets there as well, I just made the commitment that there is no more important responsibility that I have as Vice-Chancellor, that our executive team has, that our governing Senate has, than to create a safe and welcoming environment for all students and all staff, so that those who come and are part of our community of scholarship here at the university can do so and take advantage of all the opportunities here and engage in the spirit of debate and discussion that invariably is part of university life, whilst feeling protected, whilst feeling supported, whilst feeling assured. I think in the 7 months since the end of the encampment here at the university, we have done detailed and comprehensive work around creating the kind of environment that has the rules and policies and practices in place that creates that safe environment. We continue to work with our security team at the university here to do everything that is possible to also create a safe environment to respond to any issues quickly as they emerge. And I think we can have confidence that the new settings we put in place in semester two showed a marked reduction in the concerns expressed to us by students. So our vigilance is ongoing. We are taking nothing for granted. It is our top priority. We are delighted that so many students have elected to come to the University of Sydney next year, that we had our highest ever demand of students who wanted to come and study with us. We think that is a vote of confidence. We look forward to welcoming their students, and our commitment to them is clear and unambiguous.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Scott, since you last appeared before the committee, we've had a number of unfortunate incidents where we've had academics or staff within your organisation who've been in the headlines for the wrong reasons. And I referred to University of Sydney academic and senior politics lecturer Stuart Jackson, who tweeted in December, and I'll quote his tweet, "I rather think Palestinians don't necessarily wish death on all Jews, but under the current assaults, I would forgive the sentiment, even while counselling dialogue and forgiveness." What action has the university taken in relation to this post?
Yeah. I was away when this happened, but as I had been briefed on it, the Dean of the relevant faculty immediately contacted the academic responsible and raised the inappropriateness of the post. And I understand it was immediately deleted. And in recognition of that, the university has clear policies outlining the appropriate use of social media. We've constantly said that the University of Sydney condemns any form of racism, threats to safety, hate speech, intimidation, threatening behaviour. We're working to create a community with a safe and welcoming campus for all. So when this issue was raised, the Dean of the relevant faculty immediately took action.
Took action to have the tweet deleted. What action's been taken against the academic in relation to this matter?
I'll take that on notice.
That would be good, because we've also got university academic Joel Griggs, who the media has reported that a spokesman from the university suggested that they had referred his tweets to police, and these tweets were threatening Jewish groups amongst others. What action has the university taken in relation to Joel Griggs? Has he been terminated?
Again, let me take that on notice, if I can, Deputy Chair.
The problem that I have, Professor Scott, is you've mentioned that creating a safe environment is your top priority. The issue is that we've got, even since we last met, and we didn't meet that long ago, we've got numerous examples here of academics using social media to advance anti-Semitic sentiment. I'm just worried about how many of your academics hold these anti-Semitic views. Could you tell us how many hold these views? Why does this keep happening?
Let me speak to that, and then I'll ask Kirsten Andrews to come in and speak to it as well. There are rules and guidelines that apply to our academics. Whilst our academics can exercise freedom of speech, they should not exercise that freedom of speech that is in any way anti-Semitic, that is in any way intimidating, that is in any way encouraging violence. When the University of Sydney has had to deal with these matters in the past, and I give reference to you to the Tim Anderson circumstance, we have pursued those matters vigorously through the courts of law for 7 years in the Tim Anderson case. And we're not going to tolerate free speech crossing over any form of racism and threats to safety, hate speech and intimidation. So these can be intemperate times. There are times where people will tweet something that they might think is acceptable and inappropriate, but we need to test those matters under our policies and take actions. And there have been times when someone has tweeted something that has come to our attention, that tweet has been put down, and there have been times that disciplinary action has followed from that. I'm not sure, Kirsten, whether you want to add to that.
I'll just, one additional point of detail that might be helpful for the committee is that part of the policy review that the Vice-Chancellor referred to in his opening statement is about providing clarity to our staff on this issue. The Vice-Chancellor and University Communications, as he said, have been very clear about what is and what is not acceptable in our efforts to make sure that we provide a welcoming community to all of our staff and students, but specifically the policies that are being consulted in the broader university community at the moment are about acceptable use of ICT resources. They include promotional and display materials policy, our flag policy, our social media and public comment policy, in order to provide more clarity on what is and what is not acceptable, and on our email and electronic messaging policy. So we're seeking, through all the formal and informal mechanisms available to us, to be clear about what is and what is not acceptable for a University of Sydney staff member, and we look forward to providing that clarity shortly.
And I'd simply add to that as well that, you know, in the culture here at the university, almost more than any other workplace, there is this kind of spirit and commitment to free speech. But the appropriate use of social media is a challenge and an issue for us here to manage, as it's been in media organisations, as it's been for politicians, as it's been in every other workplace, and providing greater clarity around that. That is what we are consulting with our staff on now, in line of what we've seen in the Hodgkinson review as well. And again, that is a policy that we will seek to have clarified and ratified by the beginning of semester one.
What policies have you got in place to ensure that people who hold anti-Semitic views are not employed in your university in the first place?
Well, we have a clear commitment to anti-racism, and we stand against
well, it doesn't seem to be working, given how many incidents we've had.
Well, with respect, Deputy Chair, we have a community here of 100,000 adults who are involved in our community.
How many hold anti-Semitic views?
Well, Deputy Chair, I suppose I'd simply say the number of adults in our community is about similar to the number of people who are in any given electorate. It is a large and complex community here. We are a microcosm. I've said this at previous parliamentary hearings. I think it remains absolutely true. We are a microcosm. And if there are people in our community who hold anti-Semitic views, then I believe that to be abhorrent. That falls outside the licence that exists to operate within this community. When there are examples of anti-Semitism that come to light with people working in our community, then we will take actions to be able to...
But what actions are you taking to ensure they don't get into the building, into the campus to begin with?
Well, I think that is really a hypothetical question.
It's not a hypothetical. This is happening on your campus. This is why we're holding an inquiry.
Well, I would say...
Anti-Semitism on your campus is not a hypothetical, Professor. It is the reality.
I suppose the question I would say is I believe that there would be nobody who would admit to anti-Semitism when they were seeking to be employed here at the University of Sydney. I'm not quite sure what test you would suggest that be utilised, but let's be very clear. We are very clear on what we believe the rights and responsibilities are at the university around anti-Semitism. If you want to operate as part of our community here, for staff and students, then you need to be able to operate within the guidelines that are spelt out. Not sure if you want to add to that, Kirsten.
Just in relation to the particular question, the incident was raised earlier by a member. The matter was referred to by the police, and the police have made a statement on that matter, I believe, rather than us comment on individual issues. But I would suggest that our messaging to staff and indeed potential staff and students might be that policy review. We've sought to say anti-Semitism is not welcome at the University of Sydney, and that is why we've sought, if there is any doubt about that matter, that is why we are seeking to provide that in our policy reviews that all staff and students are bound by, about the conduct that we expect at the University of Sydney.
And this is the work that, of course, has taken place in recent weeks with the GO8 and the anti-Semitism envoy, Gillian Seal, worked very closely together with her around a clear definition that, again, will be reviewed at universities around the country and looking to have that ratified into the policies of the university and the academic board and the policies of the Senate, to just be very clear, absolutely explicit to everyone in the community, all members of staff, all members of students, exactly where we stand on anti-Semitism, and that anti-Semitism has no place in our university community, and looking to enforce that at the university.
Mr. Perrott.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if you could talk me through the flag policy and how that has changed over the last 6 months or so.
Let me speak generally to it, but it is still part of the consultation process. We haven't had a policy on flags and flags being raised or flags being used, or people having flags outside windows or outside offices. And that's generated some concern in our community, to be frank. I think, and it's gone both ways. I think in part there's been concern that some flags that have been displayed at the university and the messages that they have sent.
Were they national flags or other flags?
No, well, I'm talking really about national flags. And I think there was also some concern that some people felt that they weren't happy or able to use national flags. There was also an incident that we had where official university flagpoles were requisitioned and used, and again, that was outside policy. So we felt that we need a flag policy. And that's why we're consulting around that now. That consultation is out, and I expect we will have a flag policy for semester 1, 2025.
And so you're formulating. You can't say what it will be, obviously, but it.
No. Well, it's out for consultation at the moment. We've circulated material. Well, I'm happy to send to you that draft policy that is currently in circulation, but it's out for consultation at the moment.
Well, I just note that the opposition leader has come out against the idea of standing in front of the Torres Strait Islander flag, which is a flag from Queensland, or the Aboriginal flag, both national flags of significance for over 50, 60 years. And I was wondering if that would inform the flag policy, the idea that some representatives groups that aren't national, even though they're national symbols, should not be able to be flown in public. What are your thoughts on that?
Kirsten Andrews, I think, can speak to this.
Thank you. Yes, the consultation of the University of Sydney, our Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Indigenous Strategy and Services has had a strong commitment to ensuring that we display both flags at the university, so they are considered in that process. And we will seek that advice on where and when it might be appropriate to do that. The process will also take under account what the schedule might be, what the request to fly a flag might look like, and what may or may not be considered an approved flag in that process, and we'll be seeking the advice of our community as we do that. As the Vice-Chancellor said, it's been a lack of clarity on these issues and what is not acceptable as was some controversy, and the misuse in the lack of that clarity about flags in various scenarios. But please be assured we retain a commitment to the use and display of both of those flags as would be appropriate under the policy.
Okay, my last question is about the safe spaces, and I recognise how important that is on universities for all sorts of people, for staff and students to have those safe spaces for all sorts of occasions. And it's more of a philosophical question, I guess, but universities are also great melting pots and where ideas are exchanged. So I'm watching a TV show about Belfast in the 60s where there were safe spaces on either side of Falls Road, but there was no mixing for people. Now, I'm not comparing University of Sydney to Belfast during the Troubles, but we need safe spaces, but are students are they losing the ability to respect difference and engage with ideas? Is this the curse of social media where we get echoes of difference rather than engaging with ideas?
I fully endorse the sentiment of your question. That's why we're doing a lot of work at the university now in what we describe as our civic campus program. We need to be able to train young people in particular to be able to sit in rooms and to have debates and discussions with people who hold different views to themselves. They need to be able to engage with each other with civility. And like you, I think I am concerned at the impact of social media that seems to create an environment that encourages the domination of the discourse, the vilification of alternative points of view, a lot of shouting and very little listening. And I'm very conscious at the University of Sydney as we raise up, the next generation of national leadership at a university like Sydney, that we need to be able to equip young people to be able to listen to those who have divergent views, to learn from them, to be able to debate, to be able to exchange, and to be able to kind of learn and seek solutions together to these complex issues that we face. That's why we have a new module, a training module, engaging with civility, that we are rolling out. And there will be modules that will be requirements for our student leaders to undertake. New seminars all about engaging with civility, creating a civic campus, a seminar series around that, the ability to have courageous conversations with each other. And then if I think about the safe space question that you raise, I think there do need to be places where people can go and sit quietly and not be interrupted. But there will always be places at the University of Sydney, and Eastern Avenue near where I am now is a great example of that, where protests have taken place, and on our front lawn and our quadrangle have taken place for 170 years. They will continue to take place. Robust debate and robust exchange. And we need to be able to create an environment in a university that can do all of this. Committed to free speech, committed to academic freedom, they're committed to safety, health and wellbeing, and skilling our people to have complex conversations in a civil way to create a civic university.
Sorry, and just finishing off that, was that to be a part of first year subjects that...
It's part of the orientation program that we're looking at the moment. The training will roll out. We will see this roll out as a compulsory requirement for leaders of student organisations, for students residing in university-owned accommodation, and students who are providing peer support. We're going to start it with that and see how it goes. And I'm very open. If we feel it's successful, we get good feedback, it's productive, that you'd roll out that kind of training program more broadly at the university. But there's quite a lot of work that's been done on training. I think you can train it in theory, you've got to test it in practice, learn from the feedback. That's what we'll be looking to do now.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Vice-Chancellor, and thank you, Ms Andrews. Thank you for appearing before the committee and for your giving of your time today. The committee requested answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by close of business 31 January 2025. And again, we do hope that students and staff return to campus safely, and we thank you for your work to try and ensure that that happens. We'll now pause for a moment before we welcome representation and witnesses from the ANU, University of Queensland and Western Sydney. We'll be back in a moment. I now welcome representatives from the Australian National University, the University of Queensland and Western Sydney University via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today? And we'll start from my left.
Lisa Kennedy, Interim Director, University Experience, ANU.
Thank you.
Grady Venville, Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic at ANU.
Genevieve Bell, Vice-Chancellor at the Australian National University.
My name is Anthony Connolly and I am here in my capacity as Chair of Academic Board at the ANU.
Thank you.
Good morning. Heather Zwicker. I'm the Pro-Vice-Chancellor for Campus Culture and Leadership at the University of Queensland.
Deborah Terry, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Queensland.
Welcome, Vice-Chancellor.
And George Williams, Vice-Chancellor of Western Sydney University.
Thank you. I'll now invite each of our university to make an opening statement, and then the conclusion of that will open up for a discussion, and we'll start with ANU.
Thank you, Mr Burns. And thank you for the opportunity for the Australian National University to provide input to this hearing today, both in person and via our submission. We've also provided detailed responses to many on this panel and your colleagues over the last year. Like all other Australian institutions, we abhor anti-Semitism and other types of racism, discrimination and vilification. As we reflected in our submission in 2024, there were 34 disclosures of racism through our online disclosure tool, 10 of which we determined related to anti-Semitism. We take these incidents seriously, and we've been investigating them in line with our internal policies and procedures. And we're continuing to work with our policy settings and responses to ensure that we can address these behaviours and listen to and learn from our community. But our responses can and should not be taken in isolation from the broader context of Australian society. Universities do not exist in a vacuum. They are microcosms reflecting the constantly evolving context of society in both its positives and its negatives. Our submission details our policies and procedures and the ways we have been and continue to tackle anti-Semitism on our campus and in our community. Our policies and procedures prohibit all forms of discrimination, vilification, intimidation, violence and other oppressive and disrespectful behaviours towards anyone, regardless of cultural background, religion or political conviction. And when people fall short of these expectations, we do and will act. We know these experiences have profound impacts on individuals, and we've created multiple mechanisms and pathways for disclosures and reporting inappropriate conduct, which we will detail with you today. And our first response is always to manage immediate risks and to support staff and students when they feel or are targeted and affected, including de-escalating heightened tensions. We're also continuing to work with our colleagues across the sector, and I'm happy to get to see some of them here today, to continue to learn and adapt to the changing world around us and to see what best practice is. And we've been collaborating with the Special Envoy, Gillian Siegel, as she looks to address these issues too. We also remain committed to academic freedom and peaceful protest. We must ensure appropriate guardrails are in place at all times for our community and its wellbeing. Universities must be places to hold and shape hard, sometimes uncomfortable conversations. I'm joined today by Professor Grady Venville, Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic, whose purview includes all student matters and disciplinary processes. Professor Tony Connolly, both Dean of the newly created ANU College of Law, Governance and Policy and Chair of Academic Board, which maintains the highest standards of teaching and scholarship and research at the university. And Lisa Kennedy, who's the Interim Director for University Experience, who leads our engagement and support of students. Their expertise has been central to how we've addressed these issues at the ANU, and I'm sure the committee will find their input valuable. These issues are complex for the entire sector in this Parliament, and we welcome the chance to contribute our experiences to this inquiry. And although it's not in my formal statement, Mr Burns, if I may, I've also brought the two leaders of our student association with us because I thought it might be nice for them to get to see democratic process in place.
Democracy is beautiful, that's for sure.
It is, and for one of them, it's the first time she's been in Parliament ever.
I'm going to name them for himself. So.
Wilbur. Yeah. And Brianna, whose last name I never get right. Barkalad. And we will ensure we will correct it when a Hansard comes to us for correction.
No problem. University of Queensland.
Thank you. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to have input into this very important discussion and for your understanding of my inability to attend the hearing in December. The increase in anti-Semitism that we have seen in recent months has been highly distressing. Such actions have no place in modern Australia, a secular, multicultural and inclusive society that attracts human capital from every corner of the globe. The University of Queensland does not tolerate any form of racism, including anti-Semitism, discrimination or hate speech. And I have been very clear with staff and students that there is no place for these behaviours on any of our campuses. I have repeatedly communicated that the core principles of freedom of speech and academic freedom come with both limitations and responsibilities. We have also been clear that discourse and debate must be civil and respectful so that our campuses remain inclusive and cohesive places where all members of the community feel supported and safe to engage in their studies, research, work or other activities. At the same time, I've also publicly acknowledged that the protest encampments that were established on our St Lucia campus during 2024 were difficult for our community. That period was particularly difficult for our Jewish students and staff, and I acknowledge here today that unfortunately there were several incidents that went beyond what we regard as acceptable. At UQ, we actually had two encampments. The Students for Palestine encampment and Camp Shalom, a camp established by Jewish staff and students. During this time, a number of proactive measures were put in place to ensure a safe environment for our staff and students. When the encampments commenced, I immediately stood up and personally chaired a critical incident management team that met at least daily for the 5 weeks of the encampments. We appointed a leading freedom of speech expert as our advisor in this area. We communicated regularly with and sought advice from the Queensland Police Service. We increased our security staff, capacity and support. We assigned dedicated senior leaders as well as members of our health, safety and wellness team to engage with the camps on a daily basis to ensure the safety of the participants and to reiterate our expectations under our codes of conduct. Throughout this difficult period, I personally met with Jewish staff and students on a number of occasions, as did my senior colleagues. We also responded to all correspondence received, met with a number of relevant external bodies, and where activities or contents breached our policies, took decisive action. In total, over this period, we received 43 complaints relating to 31 separate incidents, 15 of which involved allegations of anti-Semitism and 6 that related to protests on campus, with the remaining concerns relating to a range of issues associated with the encampments. To give you a high-level overview of our responses across all of the incidents, one student was immediately suspended and is no longer enrolled at the university, and a second received a formal caution. One staff member is no longer employed by the university. 2 members of the broader community were arrested and charged by the police. A direction was issued to protesters to remove an inappropriate flag. Security staff were instructed to remove inappropriate posters and stickers. Detailed advice was provided to teaching staff in relation to any disruptions in classrooms, and there was ongoing communication in relation to the inappropriate use of slogans or chanting. We also denied the request to host a speaker on campus who was on record as having made statements supporting the terrorist attacks in Israel. When the encampment ceased, we moved quickly to strengthen our land use policy to make it clear that encampments will not be permitted at UQ in the future, that permissions must be sought to hold events such as public forums, lectures and film screenings, and to reiterate the obligation for staff and students to be prepared to produce their identification cards on request. Throughout the encampments, we took a proactive approach to engaging with representatives from Camp Shalom, UQ Muslim Students for Palestine and the UQ Student Union. The open engagement approach was important to ensuring the safety of our community, and it ultimately led to the discontinuation of the encampments. Through this approach, we developed a statement of commitment in which we committed to providing greater transparency in relation to our research partnerships and investments. It is important to note that no commitment was made to change any of our policies or approaches in these areas. Our statement of commitment also included our intention to develop a university-wide anti-racism commitment, of which anti-Semitism is a critical part. This important work is being led by Professor Heather Zwicker, who I appointed as our inaugural Pro-Vice-Chancellor, Campus Culture and Leadership, late last year, and who is with me today. In addition, we will further enhance our complaints processes, and we will commit to reporting annually on the number of complaints we receive relating to racism and anti-Semitism. At the same time, we are very engaged with the important work of Australia's Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, Gillian Segal, and have been working collaboratively with the Group of 8 on both an agreed definition of anti-Semitism and the development of relevant training materials. We will progress UQ's formal approval of the anti-Semitism definition early this year, and we will begin the rollout of anti-Semitism training with the goal of having mandatory training in place for all students and staff by semester 2 this year. As we progress these initiatives, we will continue to engage regularly with our Jewish student and staff community. On that note, I'd like to thank the committee again for this opportunity and to ask if I might allow Professor Zwicker to make a few brief comments on our planned future work. Thank you.
If they are brief, I'm very sorry, because we do have University of Western Sydney as well, and I'm conscious that we want to have time for a discussion. Perhaps if you want to submit them via Hansard, and we can table them as part of that if they're written. Is that okay, Professor?
Sure.
Thank you very much. We'll hand over to Professor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And like my colleagues, I'm here with a heavy heart at acknowledging the recent attacks, including in Sydney, including most recently in Maroubra, at a childcare centre there that I've driven past myself on many occasions. And from my perspective as a university leader, but also on behalf of my community, we condemn those attacks. We condemn all forms of racism, religious vilification and the like. And I also want to acknowledge as a university leader the responsibility I hold to make sure that that condemnation is reflected in our policies, our actions, and as a university community, the special responsibility we also have to make sure we educate our students in a way consistent with our values as a nation. Western Sydney University is in a special, often quite distinct position to other universities. We represent 2.7 million people, the largest community any university has in their backyard. That's 10% of the Australian population. And that's also one of the most diverse communities in the nation, home to more than 170 countries. 2/3 of our students are still first in their family to go to university. And we have the largest number of students who are from non-English speaking backgrounds. And so you can understand at our university just how distressing this has been, the demand on our counselling services, and the need also to be very firm when it comes to how we as a university community approach these issues, and also the need to ensure that we build social cohesion and support the nation's objectives in these areas. I've been Vice-Chancellor for just 6 months, but one thing that I was proud of in joining the university back in July last year was our very strong position that we have taken on these issues. I want to acknowledge our Chancellor, Professor Jennifer Westacott, who has been very clear in her advocacy. I strongly support her position, and indeed I've ensured that that position is reflected in our activities and our actions. She has made clear on behalf of our university that hate speech has no place in Australian society. We cannot pick and choose our moral positions, and that universities, as much as we must be champions of freedom of speech and bastions of facts, critical thinking and the like, they can never be places of fear, and all must be welcome and safe on our campuses. She's also made clear that hate speech, and in particular, of course, antisemitism, are a direct assault on Australia's values and multiculturalism and principles. And again, that is something I strongly support. These are things that are reflected in our policies. We have a Charter of Academic Freedom. We have other policies as well that make it very clear we have zero tolerance for antisemitism, Islamophobia, racism, hate speech, intimidation and the like, and those policies are working. Last year we received 62 complaints, some relating directly to antisemitism, some Islamophobia, and indeed a variety of criticisms of our position from students and staff of all kinds and of all faiths. And of those 62 complaints, 12 were substantiated with regard to antisemitism, and consequences have followed, including suspension, expulsion from the university and the like. And those processes I have kept a close eye on, and they work. There is, of course, always room for improvement. We're reviewing and looking at those things, particularly in light of the National Student Ombudsman, but the strong position we have been taken has been reflected in our actions. What we've also been doing is focusing very much on the positive, given the community that we serve. We've been proactive in building social cohesion. That's included solidarity and friendship dinners for peoples of all faiths, Diversity Fest celebrations we held last year. We've also hosted a major national social cohesion conference to look at how Western Sydney and the nation can respond in a way that builds harmony, builds respect and deals with these problems. We also introduced a new program late last year directed particularly at people fleeing conflict. It's not country specific, people who are seeking to flee conflicts around the world, and we're offering intensive one-on-one wraparound support, free English language, free consultations, a welfare officer to make sure that people affected by these events are able to continue their studies and be supported. And we'll have 25 people in that program. We expect that it's likely, of course, to increase. So I'd just say as an endpoint that as a university we are clear in our position and we are ensuring that that is reflected in our actions. I thank the committee for the opportunity to speak, welcome any questions, and like others in the sector are always welcome to seeing how we can further improve what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'm going to start with questions and I'll hand over to my colleagues. And I'll start with the ANU and Vice-Chancellor, if I can direct this one to you. In the submission that you made, you referenced multiple meetings with Jewish students. Are you able to provide those dates of the multiple meetings that you had with Jewish students?
I am, Mr Burns. I met with Jewish students twice in 2024, once on the 2nd of May and once on the 16th of May. The Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic accompanied me in those meetings. She also met separately with students on the 15th of May, the 16th of May and the 23rd of September of last year. In addition to that, our Deputy Director of University Experience has met with our Jewish students 29 times since the 7th of October 2023, and I can put those dates into Hansard if that's useful.
I think you just did, Vice-Chancellor. So on that, what were the outcomes of those meetings?
Those meetings were framed in a range of different contexts, as I'm sure you can imagine. At the ANU, commencing immediately after the 7th of October 2023, we started to meet with Jewish students through Lisa and her predecessor, so ensuring that we had places to let people talk about what was happening and making sure that they felt supported. We worked closely with our students during that period to make sure that accommodations could be made if it was necessary for educational outcomes. So something that we do for many of our students. If you have things that are happening mentally or physically or with your family, we create ways of making it easier for you to complete classes and finish grades. So we were doing all of those things. Starting in 2024, as you know, many universities around the world, including the ANU, had an encampment. Our encampment was explicitly for the participants in it about what was happening in Gaza. The members of that encampment were a small but pretty diverse group. It included people from very different backgrounds across the university, and that encampment had a couple of different locations on our campus. And for some of our Jewish students, that was a confronting thing, and so we made sure that we were meeting with our students regularly, and those meetings were in that context.
And what about any specific incidents of anti-Semitism on campus? Were they discussed in those meetings?
In those two meetings, they were not. We talked a little bit about some of the conversations that our students were having around them at the time, which I know had been hard. We talked about making sure that
Sorry to interrupt, Vice-Chancellor.
Yep.
There was no discussion of specific incidents of anti-Semitism at the meetings on what did you say, 2nd of May and 16th of May?
Grady, you were in those meetings with me. Flowing out of that meeting, we had no explicit accounts of anti-Semitism that were given to us that they needed to follow through our disciplinary process. There were certainly conversations about the encampment, about how people were feeling, and about what we were doing about those things.
Are you aware of the incident on the 30th of April, which was only a couple of weeks earlier, where one of your students went on to radio and said that Hamas deserves our unconditional support? Were you
aware of that.
So that wasn't discussed in your meeting on the 16th of May?
So it would be the case, Mr Burns, as is true with all of our disciplinary proceedings, that once a disciplinary proceeding starts, we don't talk about its contents with other people. And so we were, at that point, multiple disciplinary proceedings across campus on many issues were running, and that was one of them. We wouldn't have discussed an individual case with other people.
So you met with Jewish students but didn't discuss the fact that one student had said that Hamas deserves our unconditional support. What about, at that meeting, was there any discussion of the 8th of May ANU Student Association General Meeting where students displayed Nazi salutes and a Hitler moustache online? Was that discussed in your meeting?
So the incidents that you refer to were reported through our disciplinary proceedings. There was an investigation of them, and it was found that that did not, in fact, had happened. So that was not, in fact, the finding of the disciplinary proceeding. It was not, in fact, found that there had been a Nazi salute or a Hitler moustache.
Really?
Yes.
There wasn't it on film?
There were a number of other pieces of that story that were not immediately clear, and the investigation, which was a thorough one, Mr Burns, and we do thoroughly investigate these issues and take them seriously, found that there was not, in fact, an incident.
Okay, I might come back to that in a bit. Because wasn't it, unless I'm much mistaken, wasn't it requested of you that there were specific incidents of someone displaying a Hitler moustache and another one student making a Nazi salute, and that was not discussed in your meeting at all?
In my meetings with the Jewish students, we did talk about anti-Semitism events on campus and these specific instances.
Yep.
We talked about Jewish students' feelings towards that. We listened to their concerns and worries, and we responded, Mr Burns. We did take those incidents to disciplinary proceedings, as the Vice-Chancellor said. In those meetings and in those processes, we gather information, we find out about the incidents, and we talk to both the both the complainant and the respondents and gather other information. And we have a very fulsome inquiry process where we came to conclusions about those specific instances. As the Vice-Chancellor said, they were not anti-Semitic instances. Well, that was the finding.
How did you get to that finding? I'm looking at pictures of it now. I mean, how did you get to that finding? That
there's a lot of information in the instances of inquiries that we do. There's private and confidential information. We look at it very holistically. We talk to both the complainants, the respondents. We find out information about them, and in those particular cases we had submissions that the decision makers have privy to, that we don't have detailed information about those particular instances.
Sorry, I've just had a look online again of the vision.
Thank you.
And
it's really upsetting. I understand.
Yeah. I'll get through that. I'm more concerned about the fact that the Vice-Chancellor just said that was not a finding of a Nazi salute. I mean, what else was it?
Mr Burns, as we've said in multiple other appearances in Parliament, we don't actually discuss pieces of individual cases, but the reality is we have a fulsome process that we work through here, which involves, as Grady has said, collecting multiple other pieces of evidence, multiple other pieces of vision that weren't made as part of those news accounts, pieces of interviews with people that were around those people at the time.
What piece of vision, Vice-Chancellor, would rule that out from being a Nazi salute? I mean, I mean, it's being reported publicly. I am please help me understand how that was not a Nazi salute.
Nazi salutes are completely abhorrent and are completely unacceptable on our campus.
Yeah.
And we make that absolutely clear, and we have communicated that to our people in this particular
Professor,
instance.
that's not in question. I'm asking about the comments made by the Vice-Chancellor. How was that not a Nazi salute? What was it?
Mr Burns, I know this is an unsatisfactory answer, but the reality is our policy is not to discuss individual cases. What I can tell you is that...
You did before, Vice-Chancellor. You said it wasn't a Nazi salute.
I said the finding was that there was not a case here.
Why was it a finding?
Because we have a process, Mr Pike, that... Well, we do. We have a process. There is a committee that works through these things. There are investigators. There is a broad set of conversations.
I'll ask another question and I'll come back to it. Have you expelled any students, not necessarily for anti-Semitism, but for any reason? Have you expelled any students in the last, 3 years?
Yes.
Yes. What sort of things have been grounds for expulsion?
So we have a range of different grounds for exclusion, Mr Burns, that run the gamut from forms of illegal behaviour to egregious cheating to abrogations of our policies. And so over that period of time, and I would need to take it on notice as to how many, we call them exclusions, how many exclusions we've had.
So that would be great if you can provide that to the committee.
Absolutely.
So if you can provide information to the committee, or if you've got an answer now, on what grounds that clearly the university is willing to exclude students on the grounds of cheating or whatever reasons that you just said before, but for some reason in your complaints process there was a student doing a Nazi salute as part of a student activity which is included in your code of conduct, and that person was not excluded from the university. Are you satisfied with that outcome?
So, as I said, Mr Burns, we have a student code of conduct and a set of disciplinary proceedings. When people make a complaint or allege a behaviour, we investigate it. That investigation involves a broad range of information gathering, including talking to the people about whom the complaint is being made, talking to them, talking to people around them, collecting additional visual information and additional data, and then a determination is made. And in those instances, there is also a possibility of appealing those determinations.
Yeah, and unless I'm much mistaken, Jewish students wrote to you outlining how they felt about that student union meeting.
You are correct, Mr. Burns, and we also expressed concern. As you, I'm sure, are aware, the Student Association is an independent organisation at the university. We, however, maintain strong working relationships with the leaders of that Student Association, and Grady, in her capacity as Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic, worked quite closely with the then President of the Student Association to suggest that they needed to find better mechanisms and better governance for running their student-facing activities.
It's actually more than that, unless I'm much mistaken, Vice-Chancellor. The Student Code of Conduct applies to all ANU students and includes all activities that take place on ANU grounds, including activities run by the ANU, ANU Sport and the Students' Association, student clubs and societies. Now, unless I'm much mistaken, anything that occurs in students' associations falls under the Code of Conduct. I mean, the university's responsibility, unless I'm much mistaken, is to uphold the Code of Conduct and to enforce the Code of Conduct.
Mr. Burns, you are not mistaken.
So how is it an independent organisation? If someone goes to a student association...
I'm sorry, I don't mean to create confusion. What I mean is that ANUSA, our student association, runs its meetings, and that was a meeting, under its own aegis. We do not step in and run their meetings for them. So independent in that sense. No, they're absolutely part of our disciplinary proceedings.
So ANUSA runs a meeting. There is a range of activities, including someone doing a Nazi salute at that meeting. The university investigates it, says that there's nothing to see here, no disciplinary action, and that it wasn't no case to answer for. How? What?
Because
So that's incorrect, because the instances in that meeting were reported to the university. We investigated them. We worked with the president of the student union to work on their constitution and the way that they manage meetings to ensure that they're civil and respectful. And we did investigate the incidents that occurred during that meeting, as we just explained to you.
So the students who did the Nazi salute are still students at the university?
So they are allegations of a Nazi salute, Mr. Burns.
I've seen the footage, Professor.
At superficial level, absolutely, we agree with you that we agree with you. That's why we investigated it.
So I'm just completely astounded. Anyone who sees this footage will look at it. What was it?
Yes, and that happens, and any situation. And that's why we do a very thorough investigation, because on a superficial level, we have what appears to be a terrible anti-Semitic incidents, and it's completely unacceptable. And that's why we have a process to investigate, to understand the situation, and the decision maker has all that information at hand, much more information than you or I have by just looking online, and makes an appropriate determination.
Well, I'm just trying to give confidence to Jewish students that the university takes seriously something like this. So can you please enlighten me?
Absolutely take seriously.
So enlighten me, like what excuse does someone give to say that that wasn't a Nazi salute?
Mr. Burns.
There's no such thing as a superficial Nazi salute. It's either a Nazi salute or it's not.
The determination was that it was not.
It was not. Okay. Fascinating. I'll ask one more question and then I'll ask one more question and then I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair. So the student who publicly praised Hamas, I'm not going to mention their name, but you're aware of this student. Unless I'm much mistaken, this student had a disciplinary process where they were expelled from the university, then appealed, and then allowed to come back to the university. Is that correct?
So our disciplinary process has two pieces to it, as any good administrative process does. There is a process and then there is an appeal process. That appeal process is also run in a fulsome and robust way, and it is a capacity there to review the original determination. And while, again, I won't talk about individual cases, Mr. Burns, it is absolutely the case that we have determinations that are made that are overturned on appeal.
And so on what grounds?
There are multiple grounds that things can be overturned on. They can be overturned because new material has come to light. They can be overturned because of a procedural irregularity. They can be overturned because there is a sense that the process was not appropriately applied in any particular circumstance. There are multiple ways that are also outlined in our disciplinary procedure for how our appeals process works.
So are you satisfied that that student didn't break the code of conduct?
I am satisfied that the disciplinary process and the appeals process continue to work, but I also know that those are processes that, like everything else, should be regularly reviewed and updated.
Sure. I mean, are you going to review or update your process on the basis that that student was appealed in line with your current processes and was allowed back on campus after they glorified a terrorist organisation on a number of occasions?
Mr. Burns, we review all of our policies on a regular basis, and through the arc of last year, because of a number of different things, including new provisions inside work health and safety laws about psychosocial safety, including the establishment of a student ombudsperson, including changes in multiple pieces of implementation. We are reviewing the entire of our disciplinary ecosystem. We commenced that review in December of last year. We are working through our processes, our appeals proceedings, how we manage all of that. That committee and work group is up and running, and we expect that we'll have results from that by the middle of the year, and should anything come from that sooner, we'll implement it.
So to tie up our discussion, as part of that work, I mean, you know, what are your thoughts on examining whether or not a student can do a Nazi salute or glorify a terrorist organisation and still be allowed to participate in the university, as sort of grounds in which we can give more confidence to students?
Mr. Burns, in reviewing our policies, we will seek to do a number of things. We'll seek to balance academic freedom and freedom of speech with the well-being of our community. We'll seek to balance academic speech and freedom of speech with psychosocial harm, and we will continue to work through making sure that we have a process and an appeals process that's purpose-fit for the 21st century.
I fail to see how academic freedom is affected or in any way involved when a student's doing a Nazi salute or glorifying a terrorist organisation on national radio, and then allowed to run for your student presidency. But when you made the decision on a separate topic, when you made the decision to not adopt the IRA definition, did you consult with any Jewish students as part of that decision?
So I was not Vice-Chancellor at that time, Mr. Burns. That happened before I was Vice-Chancellor, but I can ask Professor Connolly, who was part of that working group, to reflect a little bit about what happened in 2022 and 2023, if that would be helpful.
Professor Connolly, did anyone consult with Jewish students at the time?
Yes, the letter was directed from friends of the IHRA, parliamentary friends I think it was, around November 2022, to the previous Vice-Chancellor, Professor Brian Schmidt. And as I understand it, there was consultation and discussion with a range of groups, including
Jewish
academic
students.
board. I don't have any direct knowledge of that. I wasn't part of that picture, but I was the recipient of a request, or the academic board was, as part of that consultation, to provide some advice around our policy on academic freedom and free speech.
I asked that because in your submission you say, were ANU to explicitly reference anti-Semitism in policy and procedures, it would likely also be necessary to define and enshrine other forms of discriminatory behaviours. I think that's fine. The process and outcome could negatively impact individual students and staff, including Jewish students, as well as undermine broader social cohesion within the university. I'm just wondering how you made that determination without asking Jewish students what their views on that were.
Which paragraph are you referring to, so I can just...
In your submission around underneath the definition of anti-Semitism,
Yeah.
it's a dot point on the page 6 of 6. This process and outcome could negatively impact individual students and staff, including Jewish students. Very sort of, you're making a decision not to define anti-Semitism, saying it could negatively impact Jewish students, but you didn't even ask Jewish students what they thought.
Well, it was our opinion at the time that it might.
Didn't want to say, what do you guys think? You know, what are your thoughts? Do you think this will negatively impact you if we define anti-Semitism?
Yes, we were consulted. We were one of the consultees here and didn't didn't consult. We were put in place to consider the issue in relation to academic freedom and free speech.
Mr Burns, if it's helpful, I'm happy to go and ask my predecessor who else he consulted in the time that he was talking about this, if that's helpful.
That would be helpful. Deputy Chair.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Just on the topic of the student who made those comments on ABC Radio, according to a report in The Guardian, at least 50 of the ANU staff signed a letter demanding disciplinary action be dropped. Is that the case?
Is it the case that disciplinary action was dropped because a letter was written?
Is it the case that 50 academics wrote that letter?
We certainly had a range of different correspondence that came to the Office of the Vice-Chancellor during the period of the encampment on multiple sides of multiple pieces of the puzzle. People expressed opinions about many different things in that time period, and there was a great deal of correspondence.
Did they express opinion on this?
They certainly expressed opinions about people's freedom of speech and academic freedom and how we were or were not threatening that.
So they thought that Ms Tucker's comments on the radio were an expression of academic freedom? Did they endorse her comments?
I think it's always important to remember that it is possible to believe in academic freedom without endorsing what is expressed within it.
Do you support the comments that she made?
I try to think about what it would be like to be a young person in a moment of stress and thinking about the things that you care about profoundly. Do I believe that we should be publicly supporting Hamas? Of course not. Do I wish that she hadn't said that, they hadn't said that on radio? Indeed. But, you know, part of how universities need to function, and one of the things that I think demands constant clarity and attention, is what is actually capable under the banner of free speech and academic freedom. And I think that's a thing we need to constantly test, and I'm frankly glad that inquiries like this are doing that.
I find that answer absolutely remarkable. The clear answer should be, no, I don't support her comments. Why can't you bring yourself to say that outright, explicitly?
Mr. Pike, I'm happy to say I don't support her comments, but
Right.
I'm also happy to say that academic freedom matters, and the ways that it manifests will always
Yeah, that's
be
not
a
academic
challenge.
freedom. That is just absolutely not an expression of academic freedom, and neither is the footage that we've discussed earlier. We mentioned the dates in which you met with Jewish students. 2nd of May was the first meeting. When did you first get a request to meet with Jewish students?
Shortly before that.
Shortly before?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure it wasn't 3 months before that?
Yes, I am sure.
Can you get us the date when you were requested?
Of course.
Yep. Do you think 3 months is an appropriate time frame for them to wait to meet with the Vice-Chancellor while the crisis started to engulf your campus?
If it is indeed 3 months, I would not believe that was appropriate, Mr. Pike, but I also know that we have multiple places and multiple touch points in the university.
Did the university's Chancellor contact you in relation to having a meeting with Jewish students?
My Chancellor? Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
No, that didn't happen?
My Chancellor and I speak weekly about a range of different issues.
She didn't request that you meet with Jewish students? He would request a meeting from you and hadn't had a response in 3 months?
Mr. Pike, you have me at a disadvantage about correspondence to my office. I am aware in the period of time you are referring to that I received a call from a former member of this Parliament, but my Chancellor and I did not discuss it, no.
Okay. Did you not consider it a priority to meet with Jewish students?
I have met with students in the manner that seemed most appropriate, and I know that in these periods of time, Grady and Lisa were meeting with our students constantly.
Do you think you've spent enough time trying to tackle this issue, particularly in the first half of last year?
I do, yes.
Okay. Did your role with Intel impact on the amount of time you had available to deal with this crisis?
Absolutely not, Mr. Pike.
You didn't?
Nope. Over the arc of 2024, when I was a part-time employee from Intel, my total commitment to them before my employment with them ended in November was less than 24 hours of meetings.
Mm-hmm. Can you explain to us why the ANU had the longest running of all encampments around Australia? And can you tell us how much that's cost the university?
You are right, we had the longest encampment. It ran from April into August. That encampment cost an additional approximately $850,000 to manage. That is about providing a number of different things. That was about the fact that it was an encampment in a public thoroughfare in both of its locations. People were sleeping there overnight. Making sure that people were safe mattered. Making sure people were physically safe was important. We maintain a quite strong security force, work safety group on our campus because we have, unlike many other institutions, we have a lot of students who live on campus. So about 7,000 students live on our campus, which is the highest of any in the Australian university sector. And so we have a duty of care there to make sure that people are well taken care of. And so we did see an additional cost during that time period, yes.
And why was it the longest running one? Why were you not able to get a handle on it?
I don't think it was about getting a handle on it, Mr. Pike. It was a peaceful protest and a manifestation of a range of different ideas, and it lasted while those ideas were being played out by our students. And to be clear, it ended at the point that our students took the encampment down. And subsequent to that, as I'm sure you will have heard from Professor Scott at the University of Sydney, and I know Professor Terry at UQ, we also changed our policy settings around security on campus and have added a new series of provisions so that it is now harder to, well, possible in fact, to camp overnight without seeking permission in advance.
In your submission, you state a reluctance to explicitly reference anti-Semitism in policy and procedures. And I'll read the line from the submission. It says, it would likely also be necessary to define and enshrine other forms of discriminatory behaviours, e.g. other race or ethnicity-based discrimination, misogyny, homophobia, etc. Do you not define any of those other forms of discriminatory behaviours in your policies and procedures?
Our policy currently has a high-level statement, which was in my opening statement, Mr. Pike, about our prohibition of all forms of discrimination, vilification, intimidation, violence and other oppressive and disrespectful behaviour towards anyone regarding cultural background, religion or political conviction.
So you don't go into detail into, for instance, does the diversity and inclusion team not maintain a fact sheet on gender inclusive language or gender affirmation guide?
We do have information like that, but it's not part of our policies, and so. But we.
It's not a policy.
We can refer to all.
Your
sorts
gender
of,
affirmation guide isn't a policy of the ANU.
Our gender affirmation guide is a guide. It's not a policy.
Okay. Well, you couldn't produce an anti-Semitism guide?
We may.
Well, you've expressed a reluctance to do so in your submission. You've said explicitly you won't do it.
A guide is not a policy.
May I correct you on that, Deputy Chair? This is a summary of advice given to the Vice-Chancellor in 2023 by a working group of academic board who were charged with providing some information, ideas to the Vice-Chancellor around the adoption of the IHRA. There's no refusal of anything here. The working group wasn't empowered.
I'm not referring to the working group. I'm referring to your submission to this inquiry. You've effectively said you're not interested in producing or in defining, or including specific references to anti-Semitism in policy and procedures. So
it doesn't say that. May I disagree and offer an interpretation of this clause? Were the ANU to explicitly reference anti-Semitism in policy and procedures, it would likely also be necessary to define and enshrine other forms of discriminatory behaviours. There's no statement there that the ANU should not explicitly reference anti-Semitism or enshrine other forms. It's a conditional point that were we to go down this route, there is a chance, as was the case with other universities around the country, that other statements and definitions would be called for. And that's all that dot point in my interpretation says.
And Mr. Pike, unsurprisingly, as I know you would hear it from other Vice-Chancellors, we have been working...
Professor, could you speak up?
Oh, yeah, God, I'm so sorry. Usually I don't have a problem being heard. Mr. Pike, as is true with the the Vice-Chancellor from UQ and the Vice-Chancellor from Sydney, and I know is also true from my colleague at the University of Western Sydney. We have been partnering with the Special Envoy to work through how we would establish a definition of anti-Semitism that will help frame our activities at our university. As you will know from the various submissions, that definition has been finalised and submitted here, and we are working at our university through our own settings about where it would be most appropriate for us to use that. And as Grady has said, we have a clear set of policies and a set of guidelines to help you make sense of those policies, and working through how best to facilitate this is something we're actively looking at.
Have you been consulting Jewish students on that?
We consulted Jewish students on the submission we made to you here, and we will continue to consult with all the relevant people as we do these things.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
We'll go to Ms. Kylie Tink.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deputy Chair. My question again, and I'm sorry for this, but is actually to you, Professor Bell. There clearly is still a high degree of distress around the events that took place at the Student Union meeting, as has been discussed. And while I'm prepared on good faith to accept that your university has had a thorough inquiry, I guess the question remains for me then is the outcomes of that inquiry in terms of what have you done to ensure that it is understood across your community that actions like those will not be tolerated and are inappropriate. It's a question around, as you learn, what educational actions are you taking, and what interventionary actions are you taking? And if I may, the second part to that is, I know particularly in the area of sexual violence and other crimes, there is a very big focus on victim opportunity in terms of facilitating conversations between those who are perceived as having been slighted or hurt and those who have perpetuated that slight and hurt. Is the ANU doing anything in this space to actually build the bridge between the two communities to drive deeper understanding of each circumstance? Because it feels like actually it's more tunnelled than it is actually collective.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tink, for your question. If I can answer it in three parts and also invite Grady and Lisa to help me here. You are right that working through having a robust and healthy student association matters a great deal. We were very pleased to see in the most recent elections of new student leaders for our university the highest turnout of student participation we've ever seen in our student union, and a new group elected who are with us here today who are very clear about their roles in promoting social cohesion, promoting wellbeing and student welfare, and working out how to build some of the bridges that I heard both of you worrying about earlier, about how we find places where our students can be together. As part of that, and as part of ANUSA's ongoing life on campus, they have also been conducting their own governance review, Ms. Tink, so that they can work out how to have better governance, because I think that's been important for them. And I know for both Will and Brianna, they take those issues really seriously. To your point and your reasonable comparison here, Ms. Tink, around sexual violence and what I take you to be your question about restorative justice, we've been doing a number of things here about how we continue to both support and scaffold multiple different student groups at the university, providing them with safe spaces, but also spaces for other kinds of conversations. And as part and parcel of how we've lent into 2025, and as I've said, we have an enormous number of students who live on campus. So we have residences on campus, halls of residence that account for somewhere between 6,000 to 7,000 students. As part of how we bring people into those residences every year, we do a series of training modules with them. For many people, it's the first time they've lived away from home, and sometimes the first time they've lived with people from other places and other backgrounds. And so working out how to ensure that people are appropriately supported to do that's really important. And Lisa, I know that one of the things we've done for 2025 is to create a series of modules to help people, and I know one of them is specifically around anti-Semitism, and I wonder if you'd like to tell Ms. Tink a little bit about that.
Certainly, thank you, Genevieve.
And speak up loudly.
So Ms. Tink, our Inclusive and Respectful Communities team takes the key leadership role here. And has been engaging with Jewish students to develop some examples of what the students are perceiving as anti-Semitic behaviour on campus so that they can use those as part of their bystander intervention training in ensuring that students understand what racism and anti-Semitism looks like and what to do if they observe or receive any concerning behaviour.
And we picked specifically...
May I just ask, sorry, just on that, you used the phrase they when you just provided that response in terms of information they can use in their bystander training. Are you saying that the emphasis on the bystander training to deliver it is of the Jewish students, or is it more broadly across the student population?
We have it's more broadly across the student population. So we have a number of staff trainers, but we have engaged in a peer education workforce, which has really helped us to connect better with students and have a bigger impact.
And Ms Tink, it's absolutely the case that we have continued to learn from our SASH experiences, and part of our creating online disclosure tools was about creating ways that people could report behaviour and building on some of the things we learned for that to continue to have that be possible here.
We're going to go to
I guess if I may, Chair, and then I'll finish.
Sure.
I think that we talk a lot about social cohesion. I think as a community we've talked a lot about social cohesion in the last 18 months. And the only thing I would ask of the university as you move forward is that I think there is a difference between an esoteric idea of social cohesion and actually calling out, identifying and stopping racist behaviour, whether it's anti-Semitic or Islamophobic or whatever. Until we call it what it is when it happens and put an end to it, I think it leaves room for it to continue to grow. So that would be my commentary around that. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely, Ms Tink, and we appreciate your injunction there. And I think, you know, one of the pieces that I know Grady and I are looking forward to continuing to partner with our student association this year as they work through the agendas they have there too.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I don't know if you can see me. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you can't see me. You can hear me, hopefully. There you go. Mine was just about the complaints handling process. And, you know, there's been a bit of, quite a bit of discussion about a particular case and the appeals process. My question is really for everyone, but perhaps we've heard quite a bit from ANU, so perhaps Western Sydney or Queensland might want to talk about this. What kind of mechanisms do you have for ongoing systematic and meaningful feedback from both student representatives, students and other participants in processes to improve as you go? And I guess in addition to that, what kind of data collection do you also analyse as part of a review process? Do you do regular staff and student surveys? How regular? How does that feed in? Really to try and get the experience of those who have participated in processes to improve them. I wonder if you could talk about that and what's worked well.
Do you want to start, Deborah?
Thank you, Senator, for that question, and it is a very good question. I mean, at the University of Queensland, we had a major review of our student misconduct policy and processes in 2020, end of 2020, and that took into account a lot of feedback from our staff and obviously others involved in those processes. It has now been fully rolled out. All of the recommendations, essentially they found no fundamental problems but recommended that we needed to simplify some of our policies, and that's been a theme that's come out of some of the discussions today, and to coordinate strategies. So we then in April 23 introduced what's called Advocate, which allows triaging of complaints to an appropriate complaint holder, and then they can see what's occurred through that system. That's been very good. Coming out of these events last year, as I indicated, we are going to further fine-tune our complaints processes. We are going to adopt what the University of Melbourne has done with a QR code to be able to get particularly complaints around anti-Semitism and racism, that they come into our system very quickly. We will ensure that they are categorised separately, and we have committed to reporting annually on the number of complaints we receive in those areas.
Thank you. And at our end, we also acknowledge there's always room for improvement. And I've been here 6 months, but certainly that's one of the things I am focused on. And I think this area is a big catalyst for rethinking. I mean, even though we don't have a problem, for example, when it comes to time of resolution, we've got an average of 17.5 days for complaints to be resolved, which is a reasonable benchmark, I think. What we do have is issues around simplicity and clarity, I think, in our policies. I think we can improve there. And I really welcome the appointment of the National Student Ombudsman, because I'm actually hoping that we get some strong benchmarking across the sector. What does amount to best practice, we would like to adopt that. And I think that's frankly a better approach than all of our universities working it out for themselves. This should be standardised, and we'd really like to contribute to that as much as we will look individually at our own policies and procedures.
And thank you, Senator, for the question. I think it's a really great question. We do have regular reporting annually to Academic Board and also to our subcommittee of our council, which is the Student Safety and Wellbeing Committee, receives data regularly. We have a dashboard on student matters, and that committee provides us with continuous feedback. At an individual level, each student, each complainant and each respondent has a case manager who supports that student through the discipline process. Those case managers do hear and receive feedback from individual students, and then collectively the case managers do get together, provide that feedback to Lisa, and we can take that on board. Similar to University of Queensland, we did a large review of our discipline processes in 2020. We are currently embarking on a new review of that as we speak. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
I think that might wrap us up. So thank you all for coming and appearing before the committee today and for giving of your time and efforts. The committee requests that answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by close of business 31 January 2025. The committee will now take a break for, let's say, 10 minutes and come back just after 1:45, and we'll see you then. Thank you. representatives from the National Tertiary Education Union via video conference and the National Union of Students. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start with Dr. McDonald.
Is Dr. Terry McDonald. I appear on behalf of the National Tertiary Education Union. I am the Director of our Public Policy and Strategic Research area.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. And our friends in the room.
I'm Ashlyn Horton. I'm the President of the National Union of Students.
And I'm Mr. Aidan O'Rourke, and I'm the National General Secretary of the National Union of Students.
Fantastic. Thank you all for being with us. I'll now invite you all to make an opening statement. And at the conclusion of that, we'll invite members to open it up for a discussion, and we'll start in the same order in which we just did the introduction. So, Dr. McDonald.
Thank you. We thank the committee for the invitation to appear today in relation to our submission on the committee's inquiry into anti-Semitism on university. Stated in our submission, the NTU opposes in strongest terms anti-Semitism, Islamophobia and all forms of bigotry, racism and bias. We are deeply concerned over what appears to be an escalation of acts of anti-Semitism, such as a targeting this week of a childcare centre near a Jewish school and synagogue. As we noted, we oppose all acts of racial hatred, including anti-Semitic acts. Most recently, we have issued a statement of solidarity in support of the Jewish community and our Jewish members in Sydney, following the latest in a series of attacks, including against synagogue. We reiterated our fundamental opposition to racism and that anti-Semitism has no place in our community. Now, notwithstanding this, we're also concerned over threats to academic freedom and freedom of expression. In particular, while all universities have in place robust protections for academic freedom via NTU-negotiated and collective agreements, responses by university managements to the discourse around the war in Gaza has varied. The NTU is concerned over potential overreach of universities and their policy responses. In our submission, we have outlined such a case at the University of Sydney with their new civility rule to apply to all forms of speech, not just that which could be construed as anti-Semitic. I will note here that all NTU negotiated agreements have clauses around expressions of academic freedom, and that every one of those agreements expressly states that vilification speech is not protected by academic freedom. We therefore have concerns about the creation of additional policy levels by universities which may undermine academic freedom. I welcome any questions that the committee may have in relation to our submission.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. We'll now go to the National Union of Students.
Thank you. We'd like to start by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, the traditional custodians of the land that we meet on today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The NUS acknowledges that sovereignty was never ceded and that this land always was and always will be Aboriginal land. We'd like to thank the committee for inviting the National Union of Students to this inquiry, and we'd also like to thank our fellow student unionists who are here watching today, including our NUS ACT State Branch President, Kira Rosenberg, who helped us in preparing for this. The NUS is the peak national body representing over 1 million university and TAFE students studying in Australia, with the primary goal of ensuring that student voices are represented and heard in all areas where students' rights, interests or experiences are impacted. The NUS has a long tradition of upholding the values of social justice, anti-racism, peace and academic freedom. Therefore, we are extremely concerned about anti-Semitism in our community, racism and attempts to limit freedom of speech and legal political expression. At the most recent national conference of the NUS, delegates from across the country unanimously voted to condemn anti-Semitism in all its forms. In particular, the conference expressed deep concerns about the increasing reports of anti-Semitic incidents within Australian universities, public spaces and online platforms, including verbal abuse, vandalism, the spread of conspiracy theories and exclusionary practices. However, the NUS also shares concerns about the response by universities made in the name of combating anti-Semitism. The restrictions on freedom of speech and protest has become the leading response at university campuses, and universities have also sought to band-aid over the seriousness of anti-Semitism with definitions of anti-Semitism, which in our view are not fit for purpose in the Australian context, including the IHRA definition. It is our view that universities have consistently demonstrated that they are unable to properly handle anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination in any regard. We believe that universities should instead adopt an approach where they consider what is appropriate for that university in consultation with students, do not violate academic freedom or free speech, encourage students to speak out strongly and promptly against bigotry, including anti-Semitism, punish racist and anti-Semitic conduct according to procedures developed transparently and such that they do not overstep the principles of our liberal democracy, and engage more proactively with students regarding their perception of the culture on campus. We believe that student voices should be at the centre of university policy making in order to ensure that our campuses can be a safe space for all to learn and express their views freely.
Thank you. I'll start with the NTU, and then if there's time, I'll come to the NUS. Dr. McDonald, thank you for your submission and for your opening remarks. I mean, obviously the NTU makes representation on its for its members, as you've said. Has the NTU made any representation to universities for staff or for staff who have raised issues of anti-Semitism?
I would need to take that on notice to double check to see if we've had anything recently. I wasn't aware of anything that has been made formally through the union processes, but I can check down through our divisions and branches, but we would need to take that one on notice just to double check on that. But I'm not aware of anything, put it that way.
So the NTU hasn't made any representation on behalf of any staff member of any incident of anti-Semitism in the last 2 years or so?
Okay, so any issues that are of an industrial nature, which that would be, I do need to take that one on notice. I can review that.
Nothing comes to mind, though.
Not off the top of my head, no.
Seems pretty extraordinary that there's been no representation by the union. I mean, does the union believe that there have been incidents of anti-Semitism?
Yes. So we note there have been reports in the media of acts of anti-Semitism, and where those have, of course, occurred, we have been, quite critical. But in terms of the official processes of making a report of anti-Semitism and going down that sort of complaints road, it depends very much on the nature too of what the complaint would be in terms of how we would respond, or even if we would be the ones who would respond, put it that way.
So let's go for an example. One example I can think of is the University of Melbourne. You had a professor whose office was basically taken over. I mean, you would. I don't think it's too far to say that that's not a safe thing for a university professor to have their office taken over. Yep. Was there any? So the NTU was aware of that incident?
We noted that in our submission, and we noted our opposition to it in our submission. But like I said, in terms of whether or not there has been an actual case that has proceeded as a result of that, assuming that the person is a member, I would have to take on notice and we would have to review that.
Yeah. So in that course of action, if there was, a member whose office was taken over, the NTU would make representation, or?
If that person was a member and that they wished to take that further, then we would, take that as part of our normal way of dealing with industrial matters.
How many Jewish members does the NTU have?
I do not know off the top of my head. I don't think we actually ask about people's religious affiliation when they join us.
That's fair enough. Do you think that, and this is a sort of sincere question, do you think that there is confidence in Jewish university staff members to join the NTU at the moment?
We have made it very clear that we are supportive of our Jewish members, and anyone who has concerns over what's happening in terms of the anti-Semitic activities. In the same way that we've also made it clear that we're supportive of our members who are of the Islam faith, and also are dealing with Islamophobic, attitudes and incidents. So in both respects, the union has been very clear on our position in that we suppose all anti-Semitic, activities, behaviours, statements, and that the same goes across the board. I mean, it's very standard. It's in our DNA essentially as a union to oppose all kinds of racial, vilification.
As you should, Dr. McDonald. So then the question is, over the last 2 years, have you made representation over incidents of Islamophobia?
In what respect to
like
who?
as in staff complains of incidents of Islamophobia. Have you made representation to universities?
So Chair, would it assist in individual industrial action on behalf of a member?
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Look, any industrial matters I would need to take on notice because they are case by case. Would need to go and speak to all of our divisions and our industrial officers, particularly if it's been over an extended period of 2 years.
It's not, and to be clear, Dr. McDonald, this is not a competition. I mean, if there have been incidents of Islamophobia, absolutely the NTU should be making representation. The question is, I was more asking around why there hasn't been representation of anti-Semitism. I just want to go to another thing, and then I'm going to hand over to my colleagues because I know there's a few of them that want to ask questions. Around the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, the NTU has said that the NTU is strongly of the view that criticism of the State of Israel and its leaders is not in and itself anti-Semitic. As such, we do not support the IRA definition.
Yes.
I mean, I have the IRA definition up in front of me where it specifically says that any criticism of Israel, as it would with any other country, cannot be defined as anti-Semitism. So how would you say that the IRA definition doesn't allow for criticism of the State of Israel and its leaders? I mean, it specifically says that it does allow for that.
Yes, but it also has in other parts of it, and I would have to pull it up in front of me to go to those specific sections. But it also does, give the. It also has the sense that any kind of criticism of the Israeli government, in a broader context, could be construed as anti-Semitic.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
I would need to pull it. I'm sorry, Senator. I would need to pull it up, and I would need to go to this specific section. So I'm happy to do that.
Because I can read it here. Manifestations might include the targeting of the State of Israel, conceived as a Jewish collectivity. However, criticism of Israel, similar to that levelled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Yes, but I think there is a slight contradiction in another area of it. So I would need to go through it and have a quick look at that. I'm sorry, I have many things in front of me at the moment, Senator, but that was not one of them.
That's okay. I haven't yet been promoted to the Senator. I'm only a humble member of Parliament.
Sorry.
You work for them.
I'm
Well, the
used to
People's
Senate
House,
committee,
Dr.
so
McDonald.
I apologise.
I mean, if in getting to that position, did the NTU consult any of its Jewish members or any Jewish community organisations?
My understanding is that there were internal discussions within the executive of the union, and that there was some discussions that occurred a bit more broadly around that. So I think that
anything with peak Jewish community bodies. Did you reach out?
I would take that one on notice because that was actually a policy position that was formulated some time ago. So I'd need to go and speak to our elected officers over that one.
So nothing comes to mind about a meeting with the NTU and Jewish community organisations?
My understanding was that there were some discussions, but the exact organisations or the exact individuals, I would need to go and speak to the elected officers who actually had those conversations.
Okay. If you could, Dr. McDonald, because I mean, obviously the NTU is a powerful force in terms of whether or not a definition of anti-Semitism be accepted. Obviously, there's been a lot of work recently around the Group of 8 now accepting a definition of anti-Semitism, but the ARA definition, you know, I'm yet to have anyone convince me that it is restrictive of criticism of the State of Israel in a free and democratic form. I mean, obviously, if you're attributing sort of, you know, Jewish traits to a particular state, or you're, you know, trying to say something to a Jewish Australian and somehow hold them collectively responsible to Israel, that's a different set of circumstance, and that's what IRA seeks to sort of set out, to enable institutions to understand the different ways in which it's manifesting. But it would be really helpful if the NTU could provide information to the committee that said, well, here's who we consulted, here's the Jewish organisations that we spoke to, here's the timeline, here's how we did it, because just saying that it doesn't allow for criticism of Israel by the letter of what the definition actually says, in my mind, actually is not true. You absolutely can be critical of it, and it can't be defined as anti-Semitic. So
yes. Look, I should probably explain a little bit about how a lot of our positions are reached, and that is in relation, our policy in relation to anti-Semitism in particular goes to our National Council. It actually comes up through the ground, you know, through the grassroots of the organisation. It goes to our National Council and is determined there. So there is another layer of discussion that occurs within the union. I probably should mention we're probably one of the most democratic unions that are in the country, and that we have that way of formulating policy, which isn't necessarily something which is, you know, dictated from above. It is something which is taken through our National Council processes, which is over 100 members, including Jewish members.
Totally, Dr. McDonald, but it's not high from above to input into that process a conversation with mainstream peak Jewish representative bodies. It's a ordinary part of what would think a big organisation, an influential organisation in topics such as this would ordinarily go through, don't you think?
Like I said, our set processes are through the National Council, which does have Jewish people who, members who attend. In terms of what other organisations or individuals, and I will say that there's potentially individuals that we've consulted, I would need to take on notice.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. How many members of the union have resigned following the stance that's been taken post-October 7?
I have not got an up-to-date...
And let me clarify, just specifically in protest around the position, not just how many have resigned in general.
So in relation to the exact position?
Yes.
The union's position? Okay.
Right.
So when someone resigns from the union, we send them a survey to ask them, a number of questions. I'm not sure if anyone's responded specifically in relation to that to say that's why they've resigned. I would actually have to go and speak to our membership officer to see if there was any stated resignations due to that.
There's been quite a bit of media reporting around academics and others who have, publicly, some anonymous, some not anonymous, outlined how and why they've left the union. A number have complained about the character limit on that form, by the way. But some of the quotes I've got here in front of me, which are from those media reporting, one refers to the decision by the union, the position that's been taken as unacceptable and shameful. It is pure hate against Israelis and Jews. I'm immediately withdrawing my membership from this anti-Semitic union. Others are similarly critical. Surely that's making waves down there in terms of people within the union reflecting on whether this position is helping or hindering the situation. Can you inform the committee as to what have been the discussions within the NTEU about these resignations, about the media commentary around them or media coverage of them, and what's the union been doing in response to that?
Okay, so a couple of things there. First of all, yes, we do take note of resignations and reports in the media. I'll also let you know too that we've had resignations from members who felt that we've been not strong enough in defending the pro-Palestinian argument. So in that sense, we have both sets of members sometimes expressing strong views. In relation to the media reports, we have interrogated some of those media reports and found some of the comments actually have come from individuals who are not union members. But leaving that aside, there certainly are members who were, people who were members of the union who have resigned, and that's completely correct. Whether or not they express that to us as they're doing it, or if they reserve that for the media, they can be also two different things. So like I said, I would need to go and speak to our membership officer and actually get those numbers for you.
That would be good if you could provide that. I note that
to the extent that we're able to determine.
Okay. I note that the ACT Division Secretary of the NTEU spent a night at the ANU Gaza encampment, and there were banners of the NTEU that were erected as part of the encampment. And he wrote in a blog, quote, "As long as the ANU Gaza Solidarity encampment stands, the NTEU will stand with it." Members of the encampment, as we know, that a lot of the activity that was covered in the media around calling for intifada, chanting from the river to the sea, and of course we've already covered this morning about comments that were made on ABC Radio. Is it appropriate for the NTEU to be putting its brand alongside this encampment? Is this an official position of the NTEU?
The NTEU supports freedom of speech. We support academic freedom and the right to express those views.
Does the freedom of speech extend to expressing support for Hamas?
The freedom of speech extends to, expressions which may not necessarily be, which are controversial. But having said that, we are very specific, and that freedom of speech does not extend to hate speech or to support for, organisations which, would have been doing as terrorist organisations. We do not, academic freedom does not protect you against, legal jurisdiction. So, in that sense, the right for our elected officers and our members to, express their views, is certainly, permitted.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge.
Yep. Thanks, Chair. And thanks both for your attendance today and your evidence before the inquiry. Just first to the NTU, you're asked questions about, which cases have been the NTU has taken on where you've sought to provide industrial support. The NTU is a membership organisation, is that right? And you're there for your members, not for us. And of course, you also, as a membership organisation, respond to requests for assistance from your members, I assume.
Yes.
You're not a sort of freelance organisation that just runs at large through universities.
Unfortunately, no. No, we're definitely not.
Yeah, so in that regard, when you have members seeking your assistance, regardless of their identity, religious or political or otherwise, you do your best endeavours to assist your members when they ask for it and engage on that basis. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Could I just ask you then about, you say there have been concerns about free speech on campus, and I think all of us would oppose any anti-Semitic statements, hate speech, and I'm assuming that the NTU is very clear in that regard. Yeah. Can I ask you though, what have been the concerns about policies? If there are any institutions you can identify which have policies that may, for example, limit your members, your academics' rights and abilities to to engage in, robust debate and free speech in their role as academics?
Yes. So in our submission, we noted the new civility rule that the University of Sydney has brought in, which is very problematic as it extends to all forms of speech, not just that which is anti-Semitic. There are also other, universities which, may be considering, what they would do in order to deal with what they consider to be, anti-Semitic behaviour, but that in doing so could potentially or would very likely undermine the ability of both staff and students to express, their views. University campuses are meant to be places of critical inquiry and robust debate, but there's a long history of that. Sometimes that discussion and debate is uncomfortable. It should not go into the realm of becoming unsafe for staff or students. In that sense, we are very much, of the view that university campuses must be safe places. But by the same token, you can also have discussions and, even debate, which is, potentially not comfortable for everyone, to engage in. So, it is a fine line, and we acknowledge that. That's why academic freedom exists and is specified. And it clearly outlines in our agreements what is accepted and what is not accepted. And there are processes within the institution to deal with behaviours, or actions that are outside the protection of academic freedom. And each one of those will be dealt with as an industrial case if it's a staff member and we're involved. But in terms of, students, there are also processes in place around that too. And if universities, adhere to those policies that are already in existence and the clauses within their agreements, then these matters should be able to be dealt with.
We had some very confused evidence last year from the Vice-Chancellor of Sydney about what the new civility rule meant. That report from Bruce Hodgkinson. It was clear to me that they had no idea what its reach would be or how it would apply in an academic context. Has the university been engaging with the NTU, and do you have any understanding about the reach of this civility law in an academic context?
Well, we have understanding that it's going to be very problematic because essentially any lecture, tutorial, seminar or anything which is conducted which is, not in accordance with the civility rule could potentially be taken as misconduct. So there is actually, industrial ramifications there. And it's very difficult, though, to determine how the civility rule applies and what is contextually fine and what isn't. And that's a very subjective thing. So we are deeply concerned about this. I know that the union has expressed that view. But in terms of where we are in our engagement with the University of Sydney, I would need to double check.
But I mean, inherent in much academic inquiry is critique of structures of power, critiques of gender, critiques of how religion and race and politics are interpreted in society. I mean, if you're going to have a robust debate on that and you've got a diverse student body, you're highly likely to offend people, across a whole array of academic inquiries. And have the university explained how that would work in practice?
Not to my knowledge. And to be honest with you, there are real concerns over the impact on pedagogy, how things will be taught, what would be taught, the problems around self-censorship, and just the quality of education. If you're not exposed to ideas as a student which may contradict or challenge your understanding and make you think, then there's potentially a disservice that's been served in the education that's been delivered. Education is to educate. It's not to make you it's not to reinforce what you already know.
Yeah, I just had one question, Chair, with your indulgence.
Last one, thanks.
A whole series of universities across the country have put in place prohibitions on protest, prohibitions on postering, prohibitions on gatherings without prior consent. Has the NUS got a sort of have you undertaken a kind of review about what's been happening across the country and the impact that has on students' abilities, perhaps to challenge the institutions they're a part of and to, robustly take on power? Has the NUS had the opportunity to sort of do a bit of a national review of that?
That is one of our main focuses of the year. So we had our national conference in December of last year, and it was something that our delegates raised a lot because, as we said before, the response that we've seen by universities to debate and protest has just been to shut that debate down. And like you said, with the campus access policies that we're seeing appear, it is just completely stifling student activism, which is most of the time safe and legal. And so that is something that we will be focusing on this year.
If you could, on notice, give any more detail about that, having discussed with your sort of national delegate structure, I'd really appreciate that.
So the way that the NUS works is we're member-based organisation, so student unions around the country can affiliate to the NUS, and during their student elections every year, they then elect delegates to national conference. Those delegates are able to move and pass policy, and then that policy forms our national policy platform for the year.
So if you could, just taking on notice means if you've got any more to add, you could add it in a written response to the question.
Would you like a copy of our policy platform?
I just, as best you can, to answer my question, which is about the impacts of these policies in the form that I put it earlier, if you could provide any more detail on that on notice, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to go to Mr. Perrott and then we'll wrap up this session.
Further to Senator Shoebridge, I was just wondering if you could give your general views as to the increase in anti-Semitism on campuses, let's say over the last 15 months, if that matches your involvement with the NUS. And, I don't need empirical data, but just your thoughts and what your members, you're a federation effectively, aren't you? Yeah. So what your members are telling you of what's been going on in the 40-odd campuses around Australia.
Well, our terms actually just started on January 1st.
You didn't just come in overnight. You've been involved, obviously.
So we are seeing an increase in anti-Semitism on our campuses in specific instances. We don't think that that's reflective of the broader pro-Palestine movement that we're seeing on our campuses. And when there have been instances of anti-Semitism, our unions have been incredibly proactive in dealing with those and reporting them. But it is something that our affiliates are concerned by. And also just the broader increase of discrimination of all types.
Certainly. I'll certainly add on to Ashland as well. I think overall our feedback from our member organisations is that universities in responding to anti-Semitism have been significantly lacklustre. As referred to in our opening statement, a lot of the times a response to anti-Semitism on campus is to slap in really broad-based bans, things like the campus access policy. Now, even if you agree with that approach to campus activism, you can't then say that that is an appropriate response in dealing with the core of anti-Semitism. It's not a root and branch review into how universities deal with anti-Semitism through discipline, through curriculum, through teaching practices. So I think universities need to seriously engage in student organisations, engage with their students, Jewish as well as non-Jewish students, about how they approach their disciplinary procedures, how they approach their curriculum, and also how they engage in student organisations and students generally. Because as we see these sort of rises in anti-Semitism and in other forms of discrimination where the universities also haven't been particularly successful in dealing, going to what I think is a very easy band-aid solution, something you can sell in newspapers, is not an appropriate response. Because ultimately, when we introduce these type of responses, the first people that are harmed are not the universities, they're students. universities can walk away and sort of be okay, but students will have to be rung through disciplinary procedures which can impact their futures. Jewish students are left with significant trauma due to anti-Semitic incidents. So there needs to be an approach that is robust and from students at its core, and not at all, I think, in these sort of, well, if we just stop talking about it, perhaps it will go away, because I can't think of an example in contemporary Australia where that's true.
We might leave it there. We do have questions that want to be put on notice by Ms Kylie Tink and Senator Darmanin. Do you want to quickly read out your questions now, or do you want to send them via the Secretariat? What would you prefer to do, team?
If I could read them out quickly, please, Chair, that would be great. The questions are to the NTEU, please. I'm sorry, it's Kylie Tink, member for North Sydney. We spoke about your rejection of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. If you could please respond to the committee then on, in the opinion of the Education Union, defined, that would be appreciated. Secondly, in your submission, you highlight the role of accurate media reporting, or are you claiming inaccurate media reporting has had a perception on the extent of the problem in university campuses? Can I please ask you to expand on that asserted comment, including examples of inaccurate media reporting that you believe have impacted and the perceived extent of the problem of anti-Semitism on university campuses? And the final question was actually, during these hearings, we've heard a lot about how universities should balance their obligations to ensure free speech and academic freedom. I'd be interested in understanding if the union, in the first instance, believes that universities currently have that balance right. And in your response to that question, can you discuss the difference between ensuring all students feel comfortable on campus and ensuring students are not bullied, intimidated, or harassed, which is what you actually raised in your submission? I'd appreciate those answers. Thank you.
For your assistance, Dr McDonald, we'll send you written outlines of Ms Ting's questions as well.
Thank you.
I might quickly read mine out, if that's okay, Chair.
Of course.
It's to both organisations. We've heard a lot from the universities throughout these hearings on the processes that they've undertaken to review their complaints handling processes, and they have all talked a lot about the engagement that they've had with staff and students in response, in getting feedback and input and consultation into the updating of those processes. And I was interested to hear from both of you about your views on the university's approach to consultation and seeking feedback and input from your members. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you all very much for your time today. Thank you for joining us online, Dr McDonald. If you do have any answers to questions on notice, we do ask that you provide them to the committee secretariat by close of business 31 January 2025, and we'll just take a moment while we transfer over to the next hearing. Thank you very much for coming in today. Good luck.
Thank you.
I now welcome Associate Professor David Sluky from the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation via video conference. I note that you are located outside Australia. If evidence is given by a witness outside Australia, that evidence is protected within Australia, and the witness is also protected from any adverse treatment within Australia. However, the evidence and the witness are not protected outside Australia. I remind you that your evidence is entirely voluntary and you should not say anything in public proceedings which might cause you to be penalised by any person outside Australia or any other government, and I understand that you've been advised of this. I would also include that means anything about the Collingwood Football Club, Associate Professor. And on that note, I would just, for the benefit of the committee, declare that I've known Professor Sluky for a long time. His father was my teacher at school and a great man, and played a large role in my high school life. And I thank Professor Sluky for being here today and for assisting the committee. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of that, we'll open up for a discussion.
Terrific. Thanks, Chair. And I should say I would never defame the Collingwood Football Club from the outset. I'd like to acknowledge and pay respect to the First Peoples of Charleston, from where I appear today, the Etiwan, Kiowa, Edisto, Natchez, Crusoe, the Santee and the Wassamawa peoples. Throughout this month, I've been travelling around the US, where I've attended an international conference on anti-Semitism with the heads of anti-Semitism research centres from around the world. I've been meeting and planning collaborations with leading anti-Semitism studies scholars. I've delivered public lectures on anti-Semitism, and this week I'll deliver a training module on combating anti-Semitism to staff at Tulane University in New Orleans. The work we're doing at the ACJC, the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilisation, to understand and combat anti-Semitism is part of a broader global push to more effectively deal with the problem, to share information with colleagues worldwide, and to make sure we're equipped with the latest and most innovative research. In the past several months, we at the ACJC have been hard at work developing mechanisms to help universities around Australia better respond to anti-Semitism and put in place measures to prevent its spread. A team of researchers and education designers have been working with me to develop training programs directed at executive leadership teams and frontline staff. To date, we've delivered pilot trainings to the Monash University senior executive and to G of 8 leaders. Throughout February and March, I will be delivering the training modules to the executive leadership and deans at Group of 8 universities around Australia. I will also train staff in each state who will be tasked with delivering training modules to frontline staff locally. These trainings will reach thousands of university leaders and staff who will be responsible for formulating and implementing policies and approaches to dealing with anti-Semitism, as well as to addressing complaints. I cannot overemphasize the need for a robust evidence base to inform laws, public policies, institutional policies, and education and training initiatives designed to counter anti-Semitism. Without a detailed understanding of the causes, nature, extent, and impact of anti-Semitism, we cannot confidently design measures intended to prevent it. And the fact is that at the moment, we do not have a sufficient understanding of the recent and shocking increase in anti-Semitism in Australia. We need to better understand why it's so persistent in Australian society. We need to understand where it fits in the global proliferation of anti-Semitism. We need to understand the impact of online anti-Semitism and how best to deal with that. We need to examine further the relationship between anti-Semitism and other forms of racism, prejudice, hate, and unjust discrimination. We need to understand what are the best ways to combat these pernicious phenomena and develop methods that are sustainable to make this country a safer and more just place to live, not only for Jews, but for people of all backgrounds. Rigorous research is needed to develop this evidence base upon which policymakers and organisational leaders can rely. Centres of excellence such as ours have the knowledge and the expertise to design effective and efficient research projects to build the evidence base. Monash and the ACJC in particular have launched a number of important initiatives dedicated to understanding the problem of anti-Semitism and finding ways to respond to its root causes. The first of these, the Monash Initiative for Rapid Research into Anti-Semitism, or MIRA for short, applies a rapid research methodology that involves 3 monthly investigations into anti-Semitism in different sectors of Australian society. Mirror has begun with an inquiry into anti-Semitism into the arts and the performing arts industries, which is well underway. The next project, commencing in the second quarter of the year, will look at how anti-Semitism can be understood and addressed within the context of Australia's legal system. In addition to Mirror, the Campus Cohesion Initiative, which I co-lead with Dr. Susan Carland, investigates anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and anti-Palestinian sentiment on campus and was launched in November 2024. We've put together an expert team from across Monash that includes scholars in political science, public health, psychology, sociology, and economics, and will conduct our initial surveys and focus groups once students return to campus in semester 1. Finally, the Monash Lab for Brave Conversations, led by Dr. Daniel Heller and Dr. Fareed Zaid, is developing evidence-based methods for university educators to lead discussions on difficult topics, to sit with the discomfort of disagreement, and ultimately to contribute to a more robust public sector. Dozens of Monash staff have already undertaken this training, and we plan that hundreds will do so over the coming months. Monash has invested $1 million in the Campus Cohesion Initiative, one of 4 major initiatives announced in May last year to build campus cohesion, to strengthen dialogue, and to help reduce tensions on campus. In addition, the university is investing substantial resources in Mirror and in the Brave Conversation labs. Those investments will continue, and this has been made because the Vice-Chancellor's view is that as a public institution, the university has both the obligation and the capacity to exercise leadership, and it's a commitment that's been unwavering. We've got our work cut out for us, and I'll finish with this. We're making small steps towards better understanding and developing better solutions. The capability is there, but we need much greater investment in research in the short term and in the capacity to track anti-Semitism in the long term. There's an opportunity to accelerate and extend the initiatives I've described above to have nationwide impact, led by people deeply engaged with the Australian community and with internationally recognised expertise in understanding and preventing hate. In other words, we can go much further and much faster to combat polarisation in public discourse and to foster a safer and more cohesive society. And while I'm proud of what Monash has done to initiate and fund this work, the federal government can supercharge the initiatives by making a substantial investment in the research and scaling up the associated programs across the country. By doing this, we can not only mitigate the problem of anti-Semitism, but we can develop ways of understanding and combating other forms of racism and prejudice across Australian society. Thanks.
Thank you, Associate Professor. I mean, on that, and if there's anything on notice that you wish to provide the committee around what the Australian government could do to scale up the work that you're doing to better understand and paint the picture and the different manifestations of anti-Semitism. I mean, is there any more advice you can give to the committee on what that would look like, what the scale of it would look like, what the cost of that would look like, that sort of thing that we can have as part of our deliberations and recommendations for potential recommendations for government?
Absolutely. So we've costed to start with the Mirror project, we've costed that at $7 million over 5 years, and we've to date raised over $1 million in philanthropic funding. And that's the aim of that project, as well as researching the problem and potential solutions, is also to train the next generation of scholars and experts who will be able to continue that work into the future. So we've hired our first postdoctoral fellow, and we expect once the funding continues to come in, we'll be able to build out that team of early career researchers and PhD students who will undertake that work. The Brave Conversations Lab will is also a multi-million-dollar project. So these are things that are really can be really impactful in the short term. And can create sort of longer-term strategies to help deal with the polarisation we're seeing on campuses and across Australian society more generally.
And what about? I mean, this is sort of related but unrelated in terms of your opening statements. But the Campus Cohesion project that you're doing with Dr. Susan Carland, which is,
I was at the opening of it, where Monash University is leading this initiative of working together, of Jewish scholars and Islamic scholars working together to combat both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. I mean, what's the advantage of that approach, as well as, I guess, what message does that send on campus as well, in the actual management of both of those different manifestations of discrimination? And then I guess the final question is that included as part of your training to other Group of 8 universities, or, encouraging, expansion of those sorts of initiatives as well?
So thanks for the question, Chair. It's, it's really important to Dr. Cullen and I that we are doing this work together, and it stems from the reports we were getting from students and staff. About a year ago, we sort of embarked on this project because what we realised was that we were hearing a lot from Jewish and Muslim and Palestinian students, but there was no evidence base through which to act. So we wanted to collect more data. We wanted it to be student-led. So, that's, like I said, it's really important that we do it together. We do see the phenomena of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia as somehow interlinked. And that partly goes to the fact that they've both spiked at the same time when there's been violence and conflict in the Middle East. So we're trying to better understand why that's the case and how we can create a university environment that mitigates some of that tension and makes all students feel safer. And all this work won't only benefit Jewish and Muslim and Palestinian students. This work will benefit all students across all campuses.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair, and I know that other members also want to ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the work you've been doing, Associate Professor Sluky. It's been really good to hear from you. Can I just have one question? I have two questions for you, but firstly, can you outline some of the challenges that you're facing in terms of actually trying to measure anti-Semitism? Because obviously someone responding to a poll or even worse, sitting through a focus group who may hold anti-Semitic views may not necessarily want to disclose that to a group or to respond to that in a survey. Can you run through some of the challenges from your perspective doing it, with your academic lens? How can you get an accurate read on it?
It's a really good question, and it's a difficult area to quantify. I think researchers across the world who work in this space find anti-Semitism difficult to quantify. We tend to do it on the basis of incident reporting, and that's useful, particularly if you track it over time to see the ways in which, I note in the Executive Council of Australian Juries recent report on anti-Semitism over the past year, there was a sharp spike in physical assaults on Jews. That likely doesn't cover all of the times that Jews have been physically assaulted, because they're not all reported to the police or to the ECAJ or to whoever's collecting it. But it's sort of useful to track where we're at in terms of moments in time and how these things change over time. You're right, trying to survey people for their, to garner whether or not they hold anti-Semitic views, you need to be a little creative in how you ask the questions. It can be hard to get representative samples when you're surveying certain populations. So, for example, in universities, one thing we'd like to do is be able to ask a representative sample of, say, Jewish or Muslim or other particular groups, be able to get representative samples of those groups. But we don't know how many, like at Monash, we don't know how many Jewish students are on our campus because we don't collect that data. So, there are some challenges there in sort of identifying how do we create representative sample sizes of the people we're talking to. So, there are many challenges here. The other thing is anti-Semitism isn't just about incidents that happen. Like, there are things that are sort of easier to identify as anti-Semitic, but then there's also ways in which anti-Semitism can be a kind of atmosphere, or something that is less tangible than someone getting attacked or abused. There's anti-Semitism that takes place online, and the boundaries of whether that is in the university context or not can be challenging to determine as well. So that is to say, we face many challenges with this research.
I can understand that. My question is, I mean, we're a few days out from Australia Day, and of course, the Jewish experience in Australia started there in 1788 and has, continued to this day. I'm interested to get your view, or the House view from ACJC. Are we at a point of all time, is this the worst level of anti-Semitism that we've ever seen in Australia?
It's certainly the most public and visible, and I think the recent spate of attacks in Sydney, the regularity of it, the types of targets, I think that, the level of, I guess, violence we're seeing is pretty shocking, and certainly a moment for pause. There are times when anti-Semitism existed in the fabric of Australian society in much more insidious ways as well, where Jews were excluded from Australian society. And that certainly existed, and, the presence of, former Nazis after World War II who were brought to Australia, whether they were German scientists or former concentration camp guards who came as refugees or displaced persons. Like anti-Semitism has never gone away in Australia. Like, as long as there's been anti-Semitism, as long as there's been Australia, there's been anti-Semitism. So it's certainly, I think we're certainly feeling it in a way that we haven't maybe before. But again, it's really important to emphasise it. It hasn't come in a vacuum. It's always been there, and that's something we need to recognise and sort of to help us understand the root causes of it.
Thank you, Chair.
I believe Ms. Tink has a question.
I do. Thank you, Chair. Professor, it is really lovely to meet you, albeit electronically at this point in time. And as the Deputy Chair just said, I'd just like to echo his thanks for the work that you do. I think you're an incredible voice in this place and space in our country at the moment, so thank you. I actually want to just step back a little bit because I'm interested in the way that you do speak as an individual about the distinction between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. And in fact, I know I've referenced you previously in these hearings when one of the quotes I have from you was that, and I quote, "Criticising Israel is not in and of itself anti-Semitic. Imagining different ways of Israel being organised politically or a different form of self-determination is not in and of itself anti-Semitic." And so I guess what I'd like to hear from you directly is, how do we begin to build a definition of what anti-Semitism is that we can actually use for education purposes and setting of societal norms? Because if there's one thing I think I've heard during these hearings is that there doesn't seem to be a clear definition of anti-Semitism, and even discussion. I would also be interested just in your thoughts on the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, because again, we've heard some people argue for it and others argue against it.
Look, I think the first thing I'll say is thank you for the question. The issue of defining anti-Semitism will always be a challenge. It has always been a challenge, and it will always be, because definitions are imperfect, imprecise, and they change over time. What we consider to be anti-Semitic 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years ago has changed, and that'll change again as history moves on. And the other caveat I'll put on this is that, a lot of these concepts that we're dealing with generally in this discussion around things like racism, discrimination, they're all imprecisely defined. You know, if I ask someone, what are we saying when we say what we mean by racism, then that's going to have a lot of different and often conflicting answers of what gets included in that and what doesn't. And I said that was the final one, but I'll add one more caveat. One of the challenges here is what it means to be Jewish changes over time, has always changed over time and will change over time. So really what's at the centre of this discussion around what is or isn't anti-Semitism today, and certainly the controversy around the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, revolves around the role of Israel in Jewish life and Jewish identity. And, you know, for many people, for many Jews, and in Australia, the best evidence we've got indicates that a majority of Australian Jews identify themselves as Zionists, meaning they see Israel as their Jewish homeland, to which they identify as sort of core to their Jewishness. You know, for people for whom that is at the core of their Jewishness, then challenges to the existence and thriving of Israel are necessarily anti-Semitic. There are also other Jews who don't identify as Zionists and who don't identify Israel as core to their Jewishness. And so for them, you know, they might be anti-Zionist, they might be not Zionist. And so, you know, there are, I guess, for Jews who identify in that way, there are many more grey areas in where things like criticism of Israel might devolve into anti-Semitism. So this is all to say that, like, defining anti-Semitism is difficult, and, you know, any definition we come up with will have its challenges in implementing in either a disciplinary context or in educational contexts. And I know, like, I'm an academic, and so we sort of try to live a little bit in the grey areas and see complexity and nuance, and that doesn't always translate when you're trying to implement a rule, for example. So, you know, that's kind of where we have this challenge in taking a definition and applying it writ large. You know, the IHRA definition is a useful guide. And, you know, we did have this challenge in sort of how do you take that and apply it to university context. And there were, you know, there was certainly a feeling, you know, talking to the members of the Group of 8 that it wasn't actionable because there were areas where it was vague or where it would be difficult to actually implement it. So the Group of 8, and I, you know, worked on this as well, the Group of 8 developed a working definition that they could encourage universities to use a guide that aimed to be a bit more precise for the context in which it was operating, and to sort of recognise the ways in which anti-Semitism was manifesting at campuses specifically. You know, I think, like all definitions, it's imperfect, and that's kind of where that's inevitably going to be a challenge with defining a really difficult, complex and contested concept like anti-Semitism.
Thanks, Professor Slicky. Just very quickly, sorry, Chair, are you aware of just before Christmas, the Australian Human Rights Commission introduced the first ever proposed anti-racism framework, a national anti-racism framework. Are you aware of that framework, and have you had a look at it in terms of whether or not you think the recommendations within it would be useful in starting to address some of the issues we've seen around the rise of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia and all forms of racism in the country in the last 18 months?
I'm afraid I haven't had the opportunity to look closely at it because I've been travelling around the United States.
Okay,
so
thank you.
That is certainly on my to-dos. But I can take that on notice, and I see that the Race Discrimination Commissioner is appearing after me.
Yeah, I'd be really interested in your thoughts on that framework if you have a chance to review it.
Thank you. I will.
Ms. Bellier, did you want to ask a question?
Josh. Just a quick question. By not having a definition of anti-Semitism, does that impact our capacity to enforce, both universities and law enforcement, to enforce rules and regulations to address the behaviour?
Thanks, Ms. Bellier. I think we ought to have a definition, and I think the one that the Group of 8 is working with now is pretty helpful to doing that work that you've described within the university context. So yes, I think having a definition is really important, but also sort of recognizing that definitions are guides, and we need to sort of, when a disciplinary hearing comes up, we need to also understand, like any kind of disciplinary hearing, the context in which the alleged offence has taken place.
Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge, did you want to ask your question or put it on notice or read it in, or what did you want to do?
There are probably some other questions to put on notice, but Professor, thanks very much for your assistance and your ongoing work. I suppose one of the really vexed points at the moment is the extent to which criticism of Israel is seen as anti-Semitic, and as you point out, the Jewish community in Australia has a diverse range of views about that. If an institution ended up creating a definition that conflated, either in whole or in part, criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and then that was rejected by a proportion of the Jewish community in Australia, how do you think that would work in practice?
Well, I think that's one of the challenges we face right now, is that there is a contest over the definition that that sort of exists in different sides of politics and different sides of the divide over this question of Israel. So how it would work in practice, I mean, I think the way we think about these things is that you need to work with the communities that you're talking about, right? That's working with them, not talking just about them. Like we would with pretty much any other community, I think it is really important to work with the Jewish community. And I say community, and we are talking about a diverse community, diverse in terms of linguistic, national, religious practice. There's all different ways in which the Jewish community is diverse. So we do need to sort of talk to a range of stakeholders. That is really important. But, like Jewish politics and Jewish political divides have often been, that's my work as a historian has looked at the history of Jewish politics. There's always been very sharp and bitter divides over, in the modern period, particularly around understanding anti-Semitism. But I hope, like in all discussions, we can sort of have these in a respectful, productive way. I think we need to all show a bit of leadership on this front.
But I mean, I speak to friends in the Jewish community who have been openly critical of Israel, and they can find themselves subject to some really hateful comments, including coming from other members of the Jewish community, calling them self-hating Jews, really aggressive comments because they have a very firmly held moral and political view, which is contrary to the actions of the Israeli state. And they find themselves coming into some quite hateful abuse because they take that position. And that's happening largely because they are Jewish and they're speaking out on this. How would we classify that kind of attack on someone that is rooted in their Jewish identity because they're criticising Israel?
I mean, the first thing I'd say is, I'd like to see much less of that kind of whatever
we all would
side of politics it's coming from and towards. I'd like to see much less ad hominem attack. I'd love to see much less personal attack, and I'd love to see much more empathy in the ways in which we interact with one another, and much more understanding of where people are coming from, whether it's because of their attachment to Israel or whether it's because of their criticism of Israel, that we understand the sincerity of people's positions on a lot of these matters. Insofar as, if it's anti-Semitic for one sort of Jewish commenter to attack another Jewish political figure, it's not that Jews can't do things that are anti-Semitic, right? That's certainly possible. But it's, again, this question of, are we talking about things that stem from politics, or are we talking about things that stem from cultural, religious, ethnic identity? These lines are blurry often, I guess is what I'm saying. But again, the main thing is, I think we need to find a way to talk about these issues and not abuse each other.
But the fact that the lines are blurry, often it's contextual, it's about identity, it's about intentionality. This is one of the problems with putting in place a rigid definition and then policing it aggressively. Of course, things that we recognise as anti-Semitism, we could probably ground 99% of it, but often the rubber hits the road with criticism of the state of Israel. And in some ways there's this it's not tiny, it's a very significant issue that divides people, but it's 99% of the definition is uncontested. It's when it comes into this political context of how we address the actions of the state of Israel that if we put hard and fast lines in, could be more divisive than not, couldn't it?
Well, so one of the things that I think is kind of the litmus test is, do you deny Jews the rights that you grant to others? So one of the questions here is a matter of self-determination. Do you believe all peoples ought to have self-determination, and what does that look like? And, those are two separate questions. But I think often what people feel when they see some of the criticism of Israel is that Jews aren't afforded that same right to self-determination. That there's this sort of question of, ought Israel exist or not? And that's where it ends, rather than, what might Jewish self-determination look like? And so I think when people see that Jews are denied the right to their self-determination, then that does cross that line of, are Jews being given the same things that other people have the right to or not? And then, historically, there are many ways that Jews think about that question and what that means. And, that's certainly, I'm in the US today, and certainly the Jewish communities of the United States are even more split on this than, Australia is probably more, the Jewish community institutions are a bit more, I would say, aligned on this question. That's not to say all Jews agree with those positions, but in the US it's a much more sharply divided community, and the question around what Jewish self-determination will look like is a really contested one in this context that I'm seeing.
But because there's nothing, in many ways, it's not unique to the Jewish community. I mean, every part of our society, every community has diverse opinions, often quite,
absolutely.
We're going to have a federal election at some point, and my guess is that we'll be showing political diversity amongst all parts of our society. And I think this is just part of, this is a particularly pointy and tough part of our political and social discourse, but it's, all communities face this diversity of opinion and try and come up with representative organisations that address the diversity of opinion. Do you think some of those organisations, though, that are put forward as, preeminent community organisations for the Jewish community, do you think they are addressing the diversity of opinion and picking up that nuance about issues about Israel and different views about Israel?
Well, I think the umbrella bodies in each state and the Executive Council of Australian Jewry do, from an institutional perspective, represent the vast majority of Australian Jewish organisations. That's without question. These roof bodies aren't elected directly by individuals. They used to be, but they're not anymore. They have constituents, which are organisations, and though each organisation represents particular interests or constituencies as well, and certainly within the state bodies, the Jewish Community Council of Victoria, the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputy, there are a range of groups that are politically diverse, and there are groups that sit outside that as well. And I'm guessing you've got in the back of your mind, Senator, the Jewish Council of Australia or the Tzedek Collective, and they sit outside those Jewish representative bodies. I'm not sure that they want to be part of those bodies. I'm not sure that the bodies want them as part of it. But there are processes and procedures that they follow to incorporate member organisations. So I guess anyone can apply for it, and if they're accepted, they're accepted. If they're not, they can. I mean, that's the thing. Like Jewish communities throughout the modern period, from the late 18th century, they're voluntary organisations. I can start my own organisation tomorrow if I want, with whatever the interest is. And, there's no such thing anymore as excommunication. That went out with, emancipation. So, yeah, I mean, there are ways in which, Jewish community bodies maintain certain principles and understandings of what it means to be Jewish and what it doesn't mean to be Jewish. You wouldn't see, for example, Jews for Jesus or Messianic Christians incorporated into the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, because that's seen as by those constituent organisations, outside of what it is to be part of that world. So yeah, but like I said, you can anyone who's Jewish can establish their organisation, and there's no. It's not up to me to decide whether or not it is legitimate.
You're not announcing your new organisation now, are you, Professor?
No, my friend and I always joke about that I go to the Jewish Beekeepers meeting, and I'm sure there is a Jewish Beekeepers Society, but I know nothing about that.
Professor, we might just wrap up there, and thank you for your evidence.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask
yeah,
a
go
quick
for
question?
it. Yeah.
Thank you for your evidence, Professor. I was just wondering if you could give me some reading homework. Has any Australian written about, particularly through that metaphor of the Shield of David, about Jewish identity and Judaism and Zionism? I'm particularly interested, well, maybe Americans, I'm familiar with a lot of American writers, but have any Australians written about that, the things that you were exploring?
I mean, I would be remiss to not recommend my own memoir.
Okay. If you could get it.
No, I'm just being cheeky. Look, I'm actually reading this really interesting book. It pertains to the US, but I think it's also relevant to the Australian case in a lot of ways, by Noah Feldman, called To Be a Jew Today.
Thank you.
And I found that that's a lovely overview of some of the, I guess, fault lines, some of the differences, some of the ways in which Israel exists in Jewish religious and political thought today, across different lines. So I'd really recommend that as a good starting point. And like I said, it focuses predominantly on the US, but I think the messages are certainly applicable to Australia.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perrott. Thank you very much, Associate Professor, for appearing before the committee and for giving evidence today. If there are any questions taken on notice, we ask that you provide it to the Committee Secretariat by close of business 31 January 2025, and we wish you safe travels and look forward to seeing you back at home in Australia.
Thank you so much.
Take a moment, pause while the Australian Human Rights Commission comes to the table. For 12:45, if we need to eat into a little bit of that, we will. But we'll also try and give everyone a lunch break as well, because there's other things we do need to do today, including eat lunch. And on that note, I welcome representatives of the Australian Human Rights Commission. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. I remind members and senators that the Senate, the rules of which this joint committee is bound by, has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground on which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Officers also reminded that any claim it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. Now that that's done, for the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today, and we'll go with the people in the room first.
Hugh de Kretzer, President of the Australian Human Rights Commission.
Lorraine Finlay, Human Rights Commissioner with the Australian Human Rights Commission.
Giridaran Sivaraman, Commonwealth Race Discrimination Commissioner.
Welcome all of you. And as the Human Rights Committee, we obviously have had a lot of dealings with the Human Rights Commission, and we thank you all for being here. And I think, I don't think in this term we've had any of you come before the committee yet. I think it's been some of your colleagues in the Commission, so welcome all of you today.
Chair, what about Gary's background? Should we object to that? The Sydney Swans. It's a disgrace.
As a member for McNamara, South Melbourne Bloods were a proud part of my electorate. So even though the Carlton Football Club is the supreme beast at the moment, right? Let's not get distracted. We'll go to opening statements, and at the conclusion of that, we'll invite members to open up for discussion.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to appear today and for the work this committee is doing on this important issue. I acknowledge we're meeting on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. Anti-Semitism is an insidious form of racism and hatred that has no place in Australia. Anti-Semitism harms individuals and communities. It affects people's identity and self-esteem, their sense of belonging and inclusion, their participation in public life, and their well-being and their safety. There is an alarming and intensifying nationwide increase in anti-Semitism, including arson attacks on synagogues, a parliamentarian's office, and now a childcare centre. There's been racist violence, racist graffiti on schools and homes, and racist abuse and threats. The purpose of these vile attacks is to instill fear and division. The targeting of the Australian Jewish community impacts all of us. The strength of any community lies in its ability to defend others. If we fail to protect any minority group from harm, we fail as a nation. The focus of this inquiry is on responding to the rise in anti-Semitism at Australian universities. Anti-Semitism in universities is connected to the broader anti-Semitism in our communities and our neighbourhoods. Universities exist to promote learning and thinking, the exchange of ideas, and the development of people and communities. Essential to these objectives is fostering a culture of respect and inclusion, and ensuring safety and freedom from discrimination for all students and staff. Also essential is ensuring universities are places where ideas can be questioned and different views can be respectfully shared. The Australian Human Rights Commission is strongly focused on addressing anti-Semitism and all forms of racism. We provide important access to justice services for people in communities affected by racial discrimination and vilification by receiving, investigating and conciliating complaints under the Racial Discrimination Act. We provide expert advice on laws and policies to address racism, discrimination and hate speech, including by identifying changes needed to make our national discrimination and vilification laws more effective. Our National Anti-Racism Framework, launched late last year, outlines a comprehensive national approach for eliminating racism in Australia. We are also undertaking community engagement and awareness raising about racism to support safety in Jewish, Palestinian, Muslim and Arab communities in Australia. Perhaps most importantly, given the terms of reference of this inquiry, we are conducting a landmark national study on the prevalence, nature and impact of racism at universities and how to address it. Eliminating anti-Semitism at universities is a focus of this work. The Commission's legislation has strong provisions to protect confidential information shared with us through this study. We released our interim report last month and our final report is due in June this year. Our work will complement the work of this inquiry and also that of the inquiry last year by the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. We thank those who have shared their experiences with these inquiries. The many submissions of students and staff bear witness to the human impact of anti-Semitism at universities. Issues around the intersection between freedom from discrimination and vilification and freedom of expression and peaceful assembly are at the heart of this inquiry into anti-Semitism at universities. Human rights principles provide practical guidance on how to balance human rights when they intersect, how to maximise intersecting rights to the greatest extent possible. They require that any limitation on a human right must be for a legitimate purpose and must be no wider than is necessary to achieve that purpose. Applying these principles will help universities to address anti-Semitism and promote the human rights of all students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, obviously the Human Rights Commission is tracking incidents of anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination at university, but given our focus on anti-Semitism, I mean, is there any initial information or findings that the Human Rights Commission can share with the committee about the work that you're currently undertaking?
I might hand to Commissioner Sivaraman, but just to introduce it by saying there is undeniable, as I said in the opening statement, undeniable rise in anti-Semitism that is intensifying, and the nature of the attacks is increasing in the severity and the violence of those attacks. As part of our access to justice function, we receive and conciliate complaints of racial discrimination and racial vilification. We've seen a rise in the number of complaints about anti-Semitism, also about Islamophobia and other forms of racism connected to the violence in the Middle East. And more broadly, as Associate Professor David Sluky said, there's other forms of measuring broader anti-Semitism in the community in terms of the work of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry and other online hate prevention initiative, etc. But it was your question about specifically the initiatives the Commission is taking to address it?
Yeah, and also the tracking, like, is there any tracking or going on of the scale of it, and other than the sort of general trends upwards, is there any other sort of more information the Commission has that would indicate the sort of the increase, the types, the different types of anti-Semitism, the different types of incidents, that sort of thing? Is that something that the Commission has any more information on at the moment?
We don't measure so the complaints that come to us will only be a tiny subset of the broader anti-Semitism that is going on in the community. And so, for example, in terms of law enforcement, you would need to look at law enforcement data to look at the hate crimes that are being committed. When there's racist graffiti on schools and on homes and in neighbourhoods, often it'll be difficult to identify the perpetrator of that crime, and so that won't naturally come as a complaint to the Human Rights Commission and be revealed in our data. Our data shows an increase in complaints, but like I said, that is a small fraction of the broader rise in anti-Semitism. documented by others, and I understand that there's been a commitment in terms of National Cabinet to look at how to better gather and analyse data around anti-Semitism, and I'll hand over to Commissioner Sivaraman to talk about the methodology that we're applying in the university study in terms of this landmark study that will examine the prevalence of racism at universities specific to this inquiry.
Thank you.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Chair. It's an important question, and I suppose I can address it I'll do it in a number of ways. The first is I've had a lot of engagement with the Jewish community since I've started, and my team has as well. And so from those consultations and engagements, we've heard about, definitely heard about an increase in anti-Semitism. I can't quantify it in the sense that, as the President just pointed out, we don't have very specific data points in terms of beyond the complaint service, the Complaints and Conciliation Service. But from the consultations with community members, it's increased its prevalence and its intensity in the places in which it manifests. And the university study, it is a prevalence study. So it's intended to try and set a baseline, if possible, as to the incidence of racism or forms of racism that occur in universities. And of course, anti-Semitism is one form of racism. It will be an online survey. We have to build a survey tool, and it will try and roll out in first semester next year. And complementing that will be focus groups, where we'll try and get more in-depth and nuanced information about the experiences of racism at universities, and which of course includes anti-Semitism. And I think, Chair, one thing I'd like to just say here is that survey its effectiveness depends on participation. And so it's really important, I think, that through this committee and other ways, we try and promote engagement with and participation in the survey. The more data we get, the better it's going to be our baseline results, and the more accurate those results will be. Is that helpful, Chair?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess the one of the reasons why I asked it was because we obviously are going to try and wrap up this inquiry and make recommendations prior to the semester starting, or the main semester starting. Obviously, there's summer semesters going on at the moment. And I know that on your website it does say that the focus groups and comprehensive surveys begins in January, now what we're in at the moment. So I guess any information or any findings that come from focus groups or initial participation in surveys or initial results that can be provided to the committee sort of by mid-February would be really useful in our deliberations, just to be able to look at what data and what tracking and what the survey is saying to be able to paint that picture. I mean, it's, more information on this is really important, and we want to be able to try and give recommendations before campus goes back.
To that point, Chair, then the first thing I'd say is in our interim report, which was released I think on the 18th of December, we do have the results and from initial consultations, which included Jewish students and Jewish academics. So if the committee goes to that report, you will find some of that initial information that is coming through in terms of, they are like focus groups in the sense that we gathered and we met with people to provide information on their experiences. In terms of the survey, the difficulty is it's an online tool. It's just not going to work until uni goes back. We just won't get the participation, I think, in terms of promoting and getting an engagement. And with focus groups, we're certainly trying to convene some, but it is again a challenge to do it before the semester starts. We've found that already in terms of trying to gather people during the break is just really challenging. Students and staff have gone on leave, they've left, or they may have left uni altogether. So, but I would point to the interim report as a useful source for you.
Thank you. I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mr de Cressa, you've only recently taken up the role, which I think gives you a unique perspective where hopefully you can look at the response of the AHRC to anti-Semitism in this country objectively and be able to analyse how you think they've gone. Why has the AHRC been so slow to respond to the anti-Semitism crisis in this country?
I don't think we have been slow to respond to the anti-Semitism crisis. I was actually going back through previous submissions that we have done in terms of responding to hate crime and vilification, in terms of developing the national anti-racism framework, in terms of getting better, more effective racial discrimination and racial vilification laws. And consistently through that, there has been engagement with the Jewish community and focus on addressing all forms of racism, including anti-Semitism. What you've seen since the October 7 violence is a spike in Australia in terms of anti-Semitism playing out and intensifying more recently, and also other forms of racial hatred and vilification, including Islamophobia. And when you look at, we take very seriously the feedback from the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, for example, that the Commission needs to do more around that. And we're engaging very closely with them in terms of how to fight this nationwide trend, particularly acute in Sydney recently, in terms of addressing anti-Semitism.
It concerns me that the HRC isn't the right organisation to deal with rising anti-Semitism in our country at the moment, because I look through the media reports and the other comments that we've had in this Parliament where we've seen instances, and I'll run through a few of them. You've had staff writing open and anonymous letters attacking Israel and accusing it of genocide. There was a call by Commission staff in relation to the 7 October terrorist attacks to, quote, acknowledge Israel's occupation of Palestine as the source of the violence and embed an acknowledgement of Israel's apartheid, occupation and genocide in all communications regarding this matter. A lawyer working at the Commission has said that Jewish people are not entitled to cultural safety and described Israel as a violent settler colony that engages in white supremacy. You've had suggestions there that the terrorist attack of October 7 would, quote, make sense. We've had, referring to Jewish people, the same staff member wrote, what are they without, I'm quoting here, what are they without Zionism? If we take it away, their violence, their toxicity, their racism, what is left of them as a people? And we've also seen media coverage that the Commission hired consultants from Hugh Consulting to prepare anti-racism material, and the head of that consulting firm was involved in really despicable doxing incident of 600 Jewish creatives. My question to you is there a problem of anti-Semitism and racism within the AHRC?
And I'm not aware of every, you raised a lot of examples there, and I'm not aware of all of them.
Well, you should be aware of them. You're the president of the Commission.
No, many of them I am, but I assume what you're talking about are private statements by people who have at some stage been working at the Australian Human Rights Commission.
I'm talking, well, some of them are private statements, some of them are statements that they've written to the previous president in relation to. But these have all been covered in the media. I'm not, I'm not privy to any information that isn't in the public domain.
I think when you look at the statements by the Commission, and I can particularly point to statements that I've made since becoming president, but my predecessor, Commissioner Sivaraman, Commissioner Finlay, we have condemned anti-Semitism consistently and in the strongest possible terms. We are absolutely committed to working with agencies in a collaborative way, including with the Jewish community, on addressing the scourge of anti-Semitism in this country. Part of that is doing our job properly in terms of the task that we have been given by the Australian government in terms of looking into anti-Semitism at Australian universities and crafting good practical solutions to help universities, to help governments to address this problem, which is a subset of the broader problem which is happening in our society.
So you're not concerned that those incidents have all occurred? That sort of is the sentiment within?
About them. I'm concerned about the feedback from the Executive Council of Australian Jewry on that, and other Jewish community groups on these issues. And so, as Commissioner Sivarama said, we've got a very healthy and constructive dialogue with those groups. We don't always agree with those groups, but what we agree on is that there is a rise in anti-Semitism in Australia that needs to be addressed. It's getting worse, and we are committed to addressing it.
And what policies or procedures have you put in place to ensure that you don't recruit staff or contractors who hold anti-Semitic views?
You raised a range of issues. There is a code of conduct that applies to Australian public servants. That applies to us in the Australian Human Rights Commission. That has very clear guidelines around what you can and can't say as an Australian public servant. We apply that code properly, and where things like the things that you have said come to our attention, we address them. We also act proactively in terms of sharing that code, sharing the rules around what people can and can't do, and sharing the expectations that we have as an organisation about how we do our work and how staff work together and engage with affected communities who are experiencing racism to build that trust and engagement in order to address the scourge of racism in this country, and particularly for the relevance for this inquiry, anti-Semitism.
So there's been no changes in policies or anything recently?
There's been many changes in policies.
Okay. Not in your hiring policies?
Yes, in hiring policies.
Okay. Can you outline what they are?
I might pass to Commissioner Sivarama to talk about some of the things that we're doing around making sure. I'll introduce it and then hand to Commissioner Sivarama. One of our projects is around engaging with communities affected by the violence in the Middle East. Critical to that project is having the trust and rapport of those communities who can share their experience. The project is called Seen and Heard. There is a strong need for there to be greater understanding in Australia of the impact of racism and discrimination on different community groups, particularly for the relevant context, those affected by the violence overseas in the Middle East. And so our staff who are doing that work, the leadership at the Commission who are leading that work, we have to have the trust and rapport of those communities who are affected by it. And part of that involves good recruitment processes to make sure that the people we're doing can build that, the people we're engaging can build that trust and rapport. But Commissioner Sivarama might want to add to that.
Thanks. In terms of, it is absolutely critical to have the trust of communities, particularly in a very febrile environment as we're in now. And that project that the President just mentioned is a project where we're engaging with all communities. When I say all, it is Jewish, Palestinian, Arab and Muslim. So we've worked really hard to build trust, and we've brought in people that have been able to do that, and that's evidenced by the range of consultations that we've had. We haven't been able to consult with everyone. I'm not going to gild the lily. There was certainly at least one or two Jewish organisations that said at this stage they don't want to engage with us. But going forward, I hope that we can continue the significant engagement where we've managed to, and I'm really grateful for it. Personally, I think I've had the last count 16 or 17 meetings with Jewish organisations, representatives and their leaders, and that's in 10 months in the role. So I think that goes to, hopefully, that we have a degree of faith, we have a degree of a willingness to work together to come up with solutions.
Well, I would think, given the track record there that I've outlined, there would be very little faith in the capacity of the AHRC to deal with this issue effectively, because it would seem to me that you've got a systemic problem within your own ranks. And it doesn't seem to me that there's a lot of emphasis on, or a lot of interest in actually tackling that. But I just go to the engagement that you've had with Jewish groups, Mr. Sivaram. I've got a quote here. I've got an email here that has been commented on in the press as well, that was released under FOI, in which you're quoted outlining your proposals with engagement with Jewish communities and the quote is, "Now, at least, when the inevitable question comes up in estimates, I'll be able to say I've met with the Jewish communities as a priority to hear their concerns on anti-Semitism." Do you see that engagement as just a box-ticking exercise?
No, I don't. And I hope that's evidenced by the fact if I saw it as just a box-ticking exercise, I don't think I would have had 16 meetings across the time I've been at the Commission, and that will increase when we do the focus group consultations for the university study. I imagine that the engagement that I have with Jewish communities will increase even more. It's an issue that I think it's critically important, and it's critically important to hear from communities about how they're being affected. And I said earlier to the chair, in terms of the prevalence study we do, we need people to engage with that, because if they don't, if they have some sense of distrust about the Commission, then ultimately that's actually going to hurt communities, because we've got this opportunity to collect data and to actually build a baseline in understanding how the prevalence of racism within the university sector. But if people don't engage, then we'll just perpetuate the problem that continuously exists and has been said earlier by the President and by people prior to this committee, that people don't report or complain about anti-Semitism or racism more broadly.
On the HRC X account last week, you were quoted as saying, "Anti-Semitism is an insidious form of racism. It is unacceptable in any form and has no place in Australia." I think we can all agree with that. But what concerns me is that when you've been before the Senate committee prior to this, I think it was the same at the estimates hearing as well, that you've refused to condemn the phrase "from the river to the sea." And I wanted to just give you another opportunity to perhaps condemn that and to outline that as anti-Semitic language, because it certainly has been labelled that by the Prime Minister and by the Foreign Minister.
I know it has been labelled that by others, but I stand by what I said earlier, in that any statement has to be taken in context. And bear in mind that there is the project that I'm overseeing in terms of the university study. Separate to that, of course, and it's not, I don't oversee it, so I will throw to the President in a second. There is our Complaints and Conciliation Service, which handles complaints under the Race Discrimination Act. Any complaint that comes in has to be ascertained on the basis of the facts asserted in that complaint. So it turns on a case-by-case basis, and it will depend on the context. And that's particularly the case if it was, for example, not a complaint of racial discrimination, but a complaint of racial vilification under Section 18C of the Act. And there's been a number of those complaints, and this is quite public, that have been lodged in terms of anti-Semitism. So to express a particular view on a phrase without any context in terms of who said it, where it's been said, what was the intent, and who was affected by it, would be inappropriate. It would also potentially prejudice that Complaints and Conciliation Service, and would deny the flexibility that's required to actually decide whether a complaint under the Race Discrimination Act should proceed to conciliation. So for all those reasons, I don't change from my earlier position.
So, sorry, Commissioner, I'm just going to jump in there. I mean, one of the concerns, and as outlined by the Prime Minister, is that the context, as you've just outlined, can be that that the state of Israel be removed, and that something else go in its place from from the Mediterranean to the Jordan River. So therefore, as a country that supports a two-state solution, it is not an appropriate turn of phrase. I mean, at its core, though, don't you agree that if there was one group advocating for an entire coverage of that piece of land, that would be an unacceptable statement regardless of the context?
If someone is advocating for the eradication of the Jewish people, then clearly that's anti-Semitic. I'm not going to dispute that. But what I'm trying to, sorry, if that's the impression, I'm certainly not doing that. I'm just saying that if you have one sentence without context, particularly, again, I go back to my earlier point where it may be that that sentence is now the subject of complaints that are coming to the Commission. For me to hear in this forum express a definitive view, which would mean then clearly that view is that it would contravene the Race Discrimination Act and Prejudice Act, that complaint handling process, which by statute is separated from me. I think would not be appropriate. But I accept, of course, that it, as the implication in your comment, Chair, that if someone is, clearly if someone calls for the eradication of the Jewish people, that's obviously anti-Semitic.
Mr. Perrott?
Was Henry good?
No, you can go.
Thanks, Chair. So, continuing that further, particularly Commissioner Sivaraman, that distinction between unlawful hate speech and then permissible free speech at universities. You know, universities need to be robust places where people can exchange ideas. The Speaker's Corners version, they're a great place for societies to test ideas, things that were once considered, difficult can be explored at university. Could you comment a bit further on that in terms of how we can make sure these universities have that balance?
Thank you. To the member from Morton, that's a good question, and in fact, in our interim report, we explore that issue in that we talk about how there are obviously university policies, some of them modelled on the French Code in terms of the former Chief Justice Code, in terms of what freedom of communication, freedom of speech, in terms of what is said on universities. And there's an added overlay, as we have heard, in terms of what's come through in consultations on the importance of academic freedom. So we're not just talking about freedom of communication, but academic freedom. But by the same token, what's come through in the consultations is there have to be limits to that, in that it limits in terms of inflicting harm, in terms of causing humiliation, in terms of unlawful content and unlawful conduct. So I'm hoping that as we do the prevalence study and particularly conduct the focus groups, we can have more nuanced conversations about that and how that manifests, and how and the way in which there might be scope to both maintain that important aspect of universities, but of course also prevent the harm that has occurred and is continuing to occur. I'm not sure if either of my colleagues want to speak further to that issue.
This issue is at the heart. It's the hardest part of this inquiry, and the issue that is playing out in universities is playing out to a different degree and with different dimensions in workplaces across the country. And what I would say is that human rights principles can help, and there is a plethora of opinion through courts and international bodies about how to draw that line between freedom from discrimination, safety for students and staff in the present context, and freedom of expression. And in a sense, it's easy to say that freedom of expression can be lawfully restricted to prevent hate speech and incitement to violence. And there are very clear examples of where things are controversial and unpopular but permissible, and where things are clearly racist hate speech and incitement to violence, which should be prohibited. And then there is areas in the middle where it becomes much harder. And when you look at the material that I'm looking at that's before this committee, you see those examples coming up time and time again. A human rights approach would say, if you're trying to restrict speech, what is the purpose for it? Is it a legitimate purpose? Is the thing you're doing to restrict it connected rationally to that purpose? And is there a less restrictive means of achieving that purpose? And that simple test in human rights speak, called the proportionality test, is, I have found, through my career when looking at difficult policy positions or issues to be a powerful way of stepping through to check the reasonableness of action, in this case by university administration or by government or another policy maker.
Perhaps the Human Rights Commission as an
Human
employer.
Rights Commission will, in terms of our own workplace as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I can't remember this case, but I thought there was a recent case. So looking at that, because academics would seem to be, in their EB they have things about letting them know that they have academic freedom as a workplace right, is my understanding. I haven't read a lot of university EBs. But then that duty to, as a servant, shall we say, of the university in terms of doing their job as a academic at that university. So they would seem to be at the cutting edge of these principles. I think, Giri, you have a bit of background in industrial law. Could you make comment on that? I think there was a recent case, I think a James Cook University academic might be on point, but if you could touch on some of this for the committee.
I'm happy to, but also I'm not sure if the President wanted to, but perhaps I'll go first because you referred to me at the end there. Sorry, this is the problem with not being rude. My apologies. But so firstly, I'll just deal with this and then I'll hand to the President. Yes, there is a case on this. It is the case of RID and JCU, which went to the High Court. And integrally connected to that case was, so not to do an employment law list for the purpose of your committee, but was whether action taken against him infringed his right to academic expression. And integral to that case, as you pointed to, was an enterprise agreement that provided for academic freedom. So in a sense, that case actually didn't turn on general principles of freedom of communication, but specific principles of how to interpret an enterprise agreement and provision related to it.
Actual black and white words in his employment contract. Okay.
Well, in the EBA, I think, was that in the contract, but yes. But I think you'll find those sorts of provisions are very prevalent in university enterprise bargaining agreements. So I'm sorry, I should probably throw it to the President if he wanted to add to that.
Okay. If I could just add in one thing, Chair, if that's okay. I would agree with everything that my colleagues have said in terms of this being really at the heart of the issue. And we've heard evidence before this committee today about both sides of that in terms of the need for staff and students who do have strong views in one way, for example, potentially legitimate criticisms of Israel, to have the space to express those views without receiving intolerance and hate back the other way. But likewise, we've heard examples of clearly anti-Semitic behaviour that cannot be justified under the rubric of free speech. And so we need to be aware across the board of the need to have robust protections for free speech and academic freedom, but to recognise that they can never provide covers for hate speech and intolerance on campus. And that goes just to the second point that I'd like to emphasise, where I heard the evidence given by different universities about changes to policies, reviews to policies, the need to ensure that things are outlined clearly in terms of policies that balance all of those considerations, and human rights frameworks provide important guidance to that. But that's the starting point. The second thing that has come across really clearly is the need for those policies to be clearly and consistently enforced that gives both staff and students confidence about how they'll be treated on campus, what expectations they will have, and that both their rights to free speech but also their right to safety will be protected on campus. And that's something that can be developed over time, and we need to look long term, but also has to be in place immediately so that students returning to campus in the next few weeks can be assured that those protections will be extended to them.
I believe Ms Tink has a question.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much, Chair. Thanks for appearing today, guys. I actually have three themes that I'd like to ask you about. The first actually builds on the piece I think we were just touching on there, which your submission highlights several human rights which anti-Semitism at universities engages with. Can you outline whether or how our current Australian domestic law protects those human rights and how existing federal anti-discrimination laws assist in dealing with anti-Semitism?
Thanks for the question. So our submission goes really to the international human rights principles in treaties that Australia has promised to uphold and is bound under international law by. The reason we do that is because there is no National Human Rights Act in Australia which applies those international human rights obligations that Australia has agreed to live up to, into domestic law in a comprehensive way. So Victoria, Queensland and ACT have human rights acts or charters that govern public authorities. I saw the Castan Centre submission that said they don't think there's been a case where a university has been found to be a public, it just hasn't come up to their knowledge. I'm not aware of any cases, but certainly in the UK, under the UK Human Rights Act, there's at least one case where a university is covered by the Human Rights Act, obliged to comply with these human rights principles about freedom from discrimination, freedom of peaceful assembly, freedom of expression and the like. What we do have is, so a Human Rights Act would help in this scenario. In terms of anti-Semitism and protecting freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of expression on university campuses and academic freedom. What we do have is national and state and territory discrimination and vilification laws. They vary between different jurisdictions, but broadly prohibit discrimination on the grounds of race and hate speech on the grounds of race. And so that's the jurisdiction that the Commission has a power to receive complaints or function to receive complaints and investigate and conciliate those complaints. And if they're not settled by conciliation, then people can choose to go to court to seek a decision about their rights.
So sorry, just to be, as you would know, we had a separate hearing last year actually into the recommendation from the Australian Human Rights Commission for a Human Rights Act here in Australia, and it was not a unanimous report supporting that recommendation. Can you just help me understand what effects you think a Human Rights Act would have on the issue of anti-Semitism at universities and how those universities would be obliged to respond?
Yeah, and I should have mentioned the implied freedom in the Australian Constitution of Political Communication, which is a more limited form of a protection of freedom of expression. So how would a Human Rights Act help? You can take a practical example like should protests be permitted on university campuses and in what circumstances? And you can say, well, under freedom, if you're going to try and limit protest, you're going to engage the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of expression. If you're saying you can't have protests in university buildings, for example, you say, why are you doing that? Because you don't want to disrupt classes and the work of academics and the like. I understand this is an issue that Sydney Uni's looked at in terms of its policies. You'd say, is that a connected, like, is that limiting freedom of expression, peaceful assembly? Yes, it is. Is it a reasonable limitation? Sydney Uni would say, yes, it is a reasonable limitation because people can protest outside in public spaces on the university campus. And so is there a less restrictive way of achieving that attempt to minimise disruption to classes and things like that? They would argue, I assume, that no, there isn't. And so there's a process that you step through in applying that obligation to properly consider and act compatibly with each of those relevant rights to arrive at a good human rights, human-focused outcome in terms of the policies that a university would be applying. And if they get it wrong, people have the ability to complain about it and seek some kind of resolution. You know, in Queensland, you can complain to the Queensland Human Rights Commission, which investigates and tries to mediate that. And if it's not resolved, then you can try and vindicate your rights through a court proceeding. The experience in jurisdictions like Victoria and ACT and more recently Queensland is that when you get human rights legal obligations on public authorities, you see a preventative role. So taken seriously, and you need it taken seriously by that legal obligation, you see that you get the decision makers, the public servants, the administrators thinking about the human impact of their actions. And that is the benefit or the power, if you like, of human rights legislation, in the sense that it helps to get good human-focused laws and policies and decisions and actions, and it helps to prevent human rights abuses from occurring in the first place. And in a situation like this, it helps people who are required to develop policies and laws to get that balance right between when those issues, when rights are intersecting, like freedom of expression and freedom from discrimination and racial vilification.
I mean, thank you for that commentary. I mean, it sounds fascinating. Sounds like, had we the courage, political courage, to step back and apply a Human Rights Act, we'd be actually working in the face of this scourge, as you keep talking, in a way that is actually more systemic rather than losing ourselves. I have a question then further to the work also you've done at the AHRC. I know this committee is aware that you launched the National Anti-Racism Framework in November last year. Can you just provide us with an update, please, on the current anti-Semitism project being undertaken and what the key recommendations were on that work and what response you've had to date from the government, if you've had any response?
I'll pass to Commissioner Sivaraman on that.
Thanks, thanks, President. So I'll deal with it in bits. The first is the National Anti-Racism Framework was launched on at the end of November last year, and at this stage, government have advised that they're considering it. It's a very significant piece of work. It's the first time there's ever been a national roadmap to combat all forms of racism, but of course that includes anti-Semitism. And there are certain aspects in that framework that I think are really important in terms of combating anti-Semitism and trying to inoculate and build in protection before the harm occurs. Because where we are at the moment is that we are only responding after significant harm has occurred to the Jewish community: violence, the burning down of a mosque, a childcare centre, and many, many other examples, as we're all aware of. And in that framework, we've got recommendations that try and actually build in protection. So, for example, in schools, building a capacity to talk about anti-Semitism and racism more broadly, and building the capacity and skills to deal with it. I mean, we shouldn't forget that the highest ever award of damages under the Race Discrimination Act was was to Jewish students who suffered horrific anti-Semitism at a public secondary school in Victoria. So we can build an understanding of racism, and by that I'm talking about racial literacy, building racial literacy, being understanding of how it works, build that within our schools, try and inoculate our kids so that they don't, that as they grow older, they understand how race and racism work. Another recommendation in there is for a positive duty to eliminate racism, similar to changes that occurred under the Sex Discrimination Act. Again, that would mean a positive duty to eliminate anti-Semitism and other forms of racism, so that we don't wait for the harm to occur, we bring in solutions now. So that's the framework. The second project is the Seen and Heard project, as the President mentioned, where we've actually had 113 consultations across all the groups we've got to meet with. So that's not just Jewish groups, but there's a lot of consultations with Jewish groups, but also Palestinian, Arab and Muslim. And what's coming through from there is, firstly, that there are obviously very distinct themes in terms of each community is both experiences and is impacted by racism in a particular way. And of course, for Jewish communities, it is unique in the terms of how they are impacted and affected by and experience anti-Semitism. But there are also common themes in that what's coming through from all the groups is dehumanisation. That is a very consistent theme across all groups. And dehumanisation comes from a number of different sources. Partly it's a lack of racial literacy and understanding, but it also occurs, and this is another common theme, through mis and disinformation that is just flying out unchecked, causing harm, causing a huge increase in anti-Semitism, and it appears to be getting worse. And another thing that's come through, and this is actually quite specific as well to some of the consultations with Jewish students for the university studies, being forced to shed aspects of your identity, particularly in public life. Jewish students have mentioned this in terms of not being feeling safe and secure in terms of expressing themselves. And in a broader sense, that is how racism operates. It diminishes you, it reduces you, it forces you to shed yourself of your culture, your religion, your background, things that make yourself different so that you can assimilate and fit in. So I think there are a number of issues and themes that have come through from all of those projects that actually do provide the way for suggestions and resolutions, including specific recommendations to the National Anti-Racism Framework.
Thanks, Commissioner. I may just, if you don't mind, sorry, Josh, can I just build up very, very quickly? Sorry.
Yep.
You, in the interim report, so you've talked about that as well, I noticed that you specifically noted that study participants raised with you the degree to which anti-Semitism is distinct from other forms of racism. And I'm very mindful I've taken you back to a broader conversation on racism. So can I just get you to comment, please, on whether a tailored approach is required to address anti-Semitism, or whether, as some groups are suggesting, anti-Semitism can be effectively addressed through comprehensive efforts to address all forms of racism?
We might get that one taken on notice, if that's okay, just because we're already eating into the Human Rights Commission's time, and there's a few other things we need to do, and we've got more hearings after lunch as well. So on that note, I thank everyone for coming and appearing before the committee. The committee requested answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by close of business 31 January 2025. The committee will now suspend for lunch and will come back at 10 to 2 for the next round of hearings. Thank you. President of Liberty Victoria, Ms Michelle Bennett, via video conference, and I understand representatives from the Castan Centre of Human Rights Law are on the line as well. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And on my left, I've got Ms Castan. Professor Castan.
Professor Melissa Castan. Professor Melissa Castan, Castan Centre for Human Rights Law, Monash University.
Thank you. Next, Associate Professor Sifris. Associate Professor, it is a plague of the digital age, but I believe you're on mute.
Associate Professor Ronley Sifris of the Monash Law Faculty and Deputy Director of the Castan Centre for Human Rights Law.
Thank you very much. And
that just leaves me, I think, Michelle Bennett, President of Liberty Victoria.
Fantastic. I'll now invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll open up for questions at the conclusion of those remarks. And we'll go in the same order as we did the introduction, so we'll start with the Castan Centre.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, members and senators, for the opportunity to appear before you this afternoon. As mentioned, I'm Professor Melissa Castan, and I'm joined here by my colleague, Associate Professor Ronley Sifris. We're representing the Castan Centre for Human Rights Law, based at Monash University in Victoria. And we're joining you today from the lands of the Wurundjeri and the Bunurong peoples of the Kulin Nations, and we pay respect to the elders and ancestors of these lands and extend our acknowledgement to all First Peoples who are joining us today. The Castan Centre was named after my late father, Ron Castan QC, a barrister, and one of his roles was as co-commissioner on a 1991 report into racist violence in Australia, and I would commend that report to this committee. The Centre itself has had a long history of defending and promoting the realisation of human rights in Australia and has a strong commitment to research and advocacy of the rights of vulnerable people. And we both appear today as a research centre situated within a major Australian university with experience in research on issues of human rights law. The focus of this hearing is antisemitism in Australian universities, and we have focused our submission on these issues. This is not in any way to belittle the experience of all racial vilification, religious intolerance and hate speech, which are also important, but not of today's focus. The experience of antisemitism is not new. It has both a long history and possesses...
I'm very sorry, Professor Castan. Maybe Associate Professor Sifris, can you mute yourself now so that we don't have any echo, if that's all right? We're getting a little bit of echo here. Yep, perfect. All right.
We'll try. Are we okay now?
Keep going. Yeah, yep, go much better. Thank you.
So the experience of antisemitism is not new, but it has a long history and possesses unique identifiable characteristics. It's continued to develop new manifestations. And in the last few months, we've seen significant intimidatory attacks, physical and verbal, against Jewish people, Jewish identity and Jewish places across Australia. Now, anti-Semitism and racial hatred and bigotry are the antithesis of equality, dignity and social cohesion, all of which are fostered through strong and resilient relationships within and between communities. And escalating violent conflicts and war in the Middle East have undoubtedly increased tensions and resulted in political protest activity at universities, and that's often deteriorated into hate speech and at times incitement to violence. Universities have always been a central and important place of political and social debate. Universities are places of transformative education and growth. They cannot achieve that if there is fear and intimidation in the staff and students or visitors. Yet the exercise of freedom of expression on campus has at times become conduct that has causes harm to Jewish people. And the nature of this conduct is well documented in many, many other submissions available to this committee already. So our submission addresses the rights of freedom of expression, freedom of conscience and religion, and freedom from discrimination. And we recognise that these rights can overlap and conflict. And where this occurs, there is a need to balance human rights against each other and possibly limit one human right to facilitate the enjoyment of another. or to limit one person's human rights to facilitate the protection of another. So anti-vilification laws, for example, are legitimate limitations on expression where that freedom of expression could be seen to cross boundaries into harmful, threatening, violent or inciting behaviours. It's well accepted in Australia that the right of freedom of expression can be limited in certain circumstances, and these include expression that advocates national, racial or religious hatred, which constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility or violence, and circumstances where there's a threat to the respective rights of others. And Australian laws protect against hate speech and vilification, including in the Racial Discrimination Act, and we highlight some of this in our submission. University responses to anti-Semitic speech and conduct must find an appropriate balance between protecting legitimate and reasoned freedom of expression and the protection of others from hate speech and vilification. Universities have the power and the authority to address these and protect their diverse communities. Where Jewish staff, students and visitors experience threats to their safety and are vilified for being Jewish or because of their association with a national group, they have a right to expect that the university will implement appropriate measures in response. Of particular and growing concern is the vilification of people because of their association with a national group or state, and where speech crosses over into attacks on the national character of a target group, then this is clearly incitement, harassment and hate speech. Although the law cannot solve all problems, we highlight to the committee that a most effective way to ensure human rights can be properly balanced is through the enactment of a comprehensive legislative human rights protection, such as the Federal Human Rights Act, as proposed by this committee, and we look forward to the enactment of such an act. But we do also remind the committee that education, building social cohesion and public awareness are equally important in addressing the causes of anti-Semitism. And we recommend that laws that we have be accompanied by proper resources to counter extremist movements, to support social cohesion and interfaith initiatives, to invest in human rights education nationally, and other non-legal approaches to this issue. We recommend the commissioning of research into the causes and sources of anti-Semitism and research into the best practices to support investigation and evidence for the appropriate prosecution of these types of hate crimes. It's important to establish effective practice so that universities can act to protect all of those affected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor. We'll go to Ms Bennett.
Thank you. I'd also like to start by paying my respects to the traditional owners of the land from which I'm joining you, which is also the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. And I'd also like to pay my respects to any First Nations people attending today and their elders past and present. I also thank the committee for considering our submission and inviting us to give evidence, and to the Castan Centre for their comments. Liberty Victoria, I'd like to start off by saying specifically and unequivocally condemn the anti-Semitic attacks that have occurred in recent days and weeks, and particularly those reported in Sydney and Melbourne, and we acknowledge the deep hurt and fear this has created for the Australian Jewish community, and that has been a feeling of hurt and fear that has been felt by many on university campuses. Liberty Victoria's guiding purpose is to defend and extend human rights and civil liberties. These rights include the right to be free from racial and religious discrimination or persecution, and acts of anti-Semitism are in direct opposition to that. These rights also include the right to freedom of expression and the right to peaceful assembly, and we consider that any limitations on those rights must be necessary and proportionate to the other rights that you are seeking to balance. Our submission has been limited to our concern in that regard, and so I'm limiting my only comments to those key issues. We consider universities critical to educating future generations who should be encouraged to be highly critical and to question the world around them. This requires both freedom and safety. Students must be taught to embrace respectful, impassioned debate and differences of view, and even unpopular ones. Ensuring all students are free to participate equally is fundamental to that process. The right to freedom of expression in particular, as well as the right to freedom of assembly, are also critical to that process. It should not be forgotten that student and academic process protest has been central to many historic moments that now seem quite uncontroversial, but which were at the time considered by many to be offensive. An important example is the role of university protest in the anti-Vietnam War movement in particular. Of course, discrimination and vilification must never be tolerated, and in trying to strike the right balance, there will be resulting restrictions to freedoms of speech or assembly enjoyed on university campuses, but we urge that these be strictly limited and necessary, and that universities should, to the greatest extent possible, respond directly to the actual instances of threatening or discriminatory behaviour instead of imposing blanket restrictions. We have anticipated that the committee may recommend that a specific definition of anti-Semitism be adopted to reflect the particular intersection of religion and ethnic discrimination relevant to anti-Semitism. Vilification or hatred based on a person's Jewish identity must be prohibited, consistent with the right of all Jewish people to be free from discrimination. We consider it vital, however, that any definition adopted by the committee not conflate, or recommended by the committee, I should say, not conflate the concept of anti-Semitism with criticism of the state of Israel. Because criticism of Israel can be both motivated by and take the form of anti-Semitism. Where this occurs, it should be called out and responded to as such. However, criticism of Israel is not inherently anti-Semitic, and it should not be presumed to be. Notably, members of the Jewish community are part of the diverse movement that also opposes the war in Gaza and Lebanon. An accusation of anti-Semitism is a very serious one. The accusation alone can be deeply damaging to the person against whom it is levelled, and a legal or institutional finding would carry enormous opprobrium and have significant consequences. However, the horrifying consequence that have been suffered by Jewish people as a result of anti-Semitism means that this must be met with absolute condemnation. It also means that the concept of anti-Semitism should therefore be taken very seriously and not distorted or misrepresented in a way that could ultimately diminish its significance or impact. It should not be crafted in a way that risks shutting down legitimate debate where that debate is not inherently discriminatory. Finally, we would say that an equal and democratic society requires equal priority in responding to racism and providing protection from discrimination for all affected groups. However, the fact that there are currently other deeply concerning forms of racism and discrimination, which we would wish to see addressed, does not in any way lessen the need to respond fully and immediately to any rise in anti-Semitism, and we support the committee in this objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Bennett. I'm going to ask the Castan Centre my first question, but obviously, Ms Bennett, if you feel you want to add anything, then by all means. And it goes to a portion of your submission starting on page 13 that goes through vilification and this balancing of the right between vilification and the freedom of expression, freedom of speech. And forgive me, Professor, I asked this question of the former Chief Justice of Australia, and I'm going to put the same question to you, but I'm keen for your advice on it. I mean, obviously, one of the questions we have right now in Parliament is what is the threshold that constitutes potentially a criminal act of vilification, but also, and criminal penalties for vilification. There are obviously civil components available right now, but what would constitute a criminal aspect, which would not necessarily exclusively, or that wouldn't exclusively apply to universities, but it would be helpful for universities in the context of them being able to differentiate between what's acceptable and what must be defended as freedom of expression and academic freedom versus what is, legitimately considered vilification. Now, there is another parliamentary inquiry. There's a point to this long story, by the way. There's another parliamentary inquiry that's currently looking at whether or not the threshold should be lowered so that it's not just a direct incitement to violence, but rather potential harm caused in the same way that you would look at the legal definition of harm caused by, defamation, for example. Is that a potential appropriate threshold or something to guide the committee when looking at what would be constituting vilification and versus, in the context of universities, what would be just, an important ability for university professors and students to be able to express their view? long and complicated question, lots of themes in there, but certainly if you want to unpick some of it, or if there's any advice that you've got in any of that, I'd be very grateful.
Thank you, Chair, I think. Look, freedom of expression or even academic freedom is not a shield for unlawful conduct. Where conduct arises to the level of criminal responsibility or criminal liability, we're no longer talking about issues of free speech or academic freedom. Those don't operate once you're in that criminal liability space. So my short answer is, when we're talking about the criminal law provisions or the criminal liability for certain conduct, once you've hit that threshold, whatever that threshold is, which is going to amount to appropriate evidence and investigation processes and all of those ancillary matters, I'm not so bothered by the free speech aspect or the academic freedom aspect. They only work in terms of when we're not in that zone. Once we've risen to that level of incitement, threatening people with violence or causing direct harm on people or towards people or calling for harm on people, I don't think we're in that earlier zone that you're referring to. We're then in the criminal liability space. And actually our normal criminal laws work for those kind of things for the most part. And now what you're talking about is some enhanced nuance around the drafting of those laws so that it facilitates investigation and prosecution of those kind of things. The broader question that you're asking me, well, I feel like if the former Chief Justice of the High Court and current Chancellor of Western Australia wasn't going to be pinned down by you on that, I feel I should adopt his same approach and perhaps come back to you with that on notice and with some considered writing, rather than giving you a verbal answer that's a little cut short and a little unable to delve into the deeper legal issues. If you'll grant me that leave.
Oh, of course. I mean, and I'm sorry to sort of put you on the spot here, but if there is anything further to the submission that you think would be really valuable for the committee to consider, I mean, that's obviously something that the Parliament's considering at the moment as well. But in the context of, universities having it is a real pointy end for universities of where universities must consider protecting their academics' freedom of expression versus potential vilification on campus. So anything further that you point out or that you want to advise the committee, we would welcome it. And I'm not going to make any comments about the Chief Justice's response. I mean, it was sophisticated far beyond anything I could produce, so, let's not go into that. What about, oh yeah, go on.
I was just going to say perhaps I could add to that comment because, as has been noted, freedom of speech, freedom of expression is a fundamental human right. And as you've noted within the academic context, academic freedom is imperative to fostering intellectual debate and the exchange of ideas, which is sort of one of the hallmarks of why universities exist. So this idea of academic freedom is really, really important in the university context. That said, of course, there are limits to both freedom of speech in general and academic freedom. And as Melissa has noted, hate speech, discrimination and racial vilification sit beyond those limits. So as she eloquently stated, academic freedom can't be used as a shield for unlawful conduct. Not only are those sorts of conduct unlawful, but they actually undermine the core objectives of a university. When students are afraid to come into campus, they can't effectively engage with their studies. When students are persistently vilified, they can't engage in an intellectual exchange of ideas in the way that we want to occur in the university context. So universities really need to ensure that effective measures are implemented to protect both staff and students in these contexts, whilst at the same time ensuring that there remains an environment where people are able to exchange a range of ideas on various contentious issues.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor. I guess the only thing before I hand over to some of my colleagues to ask some questions would be around the university context. I mean, you have the advantage of both being a human rights study centre as well as staff at a major university. I mean, what's your observations of universities from the perspective of a staff member doing well to manage, this difficult balance between, university professors and staff exercising their views around difficult foreign policy issues and people feeling safe at university, as well as, observing student experiences on campus. Do you have any observations as actual staff of the university? You'll have to, one of you will have to unmute.
Sorry, from my perspective. I think that Monash University, that's really the perspective that we can speak from because we're both staff members at Monash, is doing a lot to try to build social cohesion on campus. As I think you've heard earlier from Associate Professor David Sluky, the university has invested a lot in social cohesion programs. We believe very strongly in the importance of education around this issue and in the importance of building social cohesion to try to prevent unfortunate incidents from occurring in the first place. And we would recommend measures be put in place across the board, across universities to build education programs around racism more broadly and anti-Semitism specifically. Obviously, it has been a challenging time in the university context in the past year or so for Jewish staff and students, and there are a number of submissions before this committee which detail their individual experiences, their lived experience, and so I would encourage the committee to look at those.
Thank you. Any other comments on that?
I would just make the comment, which I don't think is inconsistent with any of the earlier comments, that the criminal law is a pretty blunt instrument, and I don't think we are talking about I don't think we need to talk about expanding the criminal law for this context specifically. It's a more nuanced debate than that. Certainly you can borrow concepts from the criminal law, but anything that is already criminal should be treated as such. Things that are not criminal should not be treated as such. And the manner in which we respond to protesters who are not committing any criminal acts and are not committing any acts of vilification should be distinguished from those that are. And I think sometimes that is getting a little bit lost in the debate, that there is a legitimate protest versus inappropriate protest.
Thank you. Before I hand over to the Deputy Chair, this will be my last question, then I'm going to scoot to the airport. What about the one of the ideas that we're looking at as part of this inquiry is around the definition on anti-Semitism and defining anti-Semitism from a university's perspective so that universities can better consider incidents of anti-Semitism. Is there anything that that you want to add to the committee's considerations around either the appropriateness, the importance of definitions, or if you don't believe there is one, that's we're interested to hear your views too, and around how universities can use a definition as part of complaints processes, and if there's any other advice around any of that, I'd be interested in your thoughts on that as well.
Thanks, Chair. Look, obviously it's sort of arising as an issue because people are contesting definitions. But my observation would be that maybe people need to read the full scope of the IRA definition before they castigate it too much, because the nuances behind the first sentence is kind of quite helpful. Monash has in part adopted adapted the IRA definition in context of our anti-racism policy here. And I note that former Chief Justice French adopted a very simple 1879 definition, which is hostility towards and discrimination against Jewish people. And it's resonant that the 1879 definition still sticks quite well as an explanation, though not necessarily as a legalistic definition. But as Associate Professor David Saluki said earlier today, the things that we consider to be anti-Semitic or anti-Semitic expression or anti-Semitism as a discourse or a narrative changes rapidly and changes contextually, and what we adopt today will not be apt very soon or in the longer term. So that's our... and I must say that both Ronley and I are speaking from our sort of personal point of view on this more than our professional expertise, having not really interrogated this aspect so deeply. But I see your problem, and that is that you are... People like a bright line between this and that and here and there, but complex problems don't lend themselves easily to forming really clear lines. So, hard cases make bad law. It might be that the Group of 8 are working on a functional way or a pragmatic way of understanding a definition of anti-Semitism, and that might be helpful, but I'm not across that, so I can't help you with that yet, but I'm sure I'll have the opportunity at some point in the future. But Ronley, you might want to add a couple of comments to what I've said.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. I agree with everything Melissa's just said. I guess I would just add a couple of comments relating to the discussion that we've been hearing around the conflation of anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel and sort of how that works. And I guess what I would say on that issue is that I think most people would agree that criticism of the government of Israel does not constitute anti-Semitism. In fact, there are many Jews who are highly critical of the Israeli government. That said, Melissa mentioned bright lines just before, and it is really difficult to draw bright lines between legitimate criticism of the government of Israel and anti-Semitism in this context. So, for example, the phrase Zionists are not welcome on campus, which we've seen, may be received by many Jewish staff and students as excluding them from campus. Where we hear calls for the destruction of the State of Israel, that may constitute a denial of the Jewish people to their right to self-determination, and those sorts of chants are terrifying to many Jewish staff and students. So that sort of conduct doesn't just make people feel uncomfortable, but it can cause real harm. And I think this is evidenced in several submissions before this committee, which detail the lived experience of Jewish staff and students following conduct on campus, which made them feel fearful for their safety, be that physical or psychological. And so I do draw the committee's attention to those submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor. Did Liberty Victoria have anything to add on that one?
I would echo the comments that definitions are very difficult. They are not necessarily static as language changes over the time, and that language can also be co-opted over time. And I think there is a real risk of that in any debate about definitions. I also think it's difficult to acknowledge the legitimate feelings of people, legitimate's the wrong word, that there are genuine feelings that people have of being unsafe, and that may well be grounded in a history that supports the basis for that feeling of being unsafe. It does not automatically mean the conduct that has triggered that feeling has been intended to trigger that feeling, or even at a very objective level created unsafety. And I think it's a very difficult situation for the universities to find that balance between creating a feeling of safety without prohibiting conduct that is not objectively aggressive or intimidatory.
Ms Bennett, does Liberty Victoria have a position as to whether you support I usually say IHRA, though here we seem to say IRA, definition of anti-Semitism? Do you have an official position on that, or is it not something that's been landed on?
We haven't got an official position, but we certainly have a position that we are concerned about conflation with criticism of Israel. I think we accept that that is not necessarily the only way to interpret the IRA definition, and I agree the opening words don't necessarily lead to that, but certainly there are sections of that definition that allow people to adopt that view and push that view, which we think is problematic.
Thank you. And just back to the Castan Centre, I think I'm right in summing up, and I take your point you made earlier about bright lines, and I'm probably trying to create a bright line here where there probably doesn't exist one. Am I right in saying that Castan Centre doesn't necessarily have an official position on a definition, but would support a definition and would support, and that you are comfortable with the IRA definition?
We're just deciding who should answer. Thank you, Deputy Chair. No, you're trying to pin me down.
Yes, I am. Feel free to squirm out of it if you want to, but
you could give us the vibe.
In our work and what we're doing, we don't need a defined definition. I understand that you might need that from your point of view as a committee, but we don't actually need to drill down into a definition from our perspective.
Okay.
So I'm resisting answering.
That's all right. That's within your right. I probably just one more question from me before I throw to other committee members. You mentioned global best practice earlier, and I'm just wondering, you understand the nature of this inquiry, you understand the issues we're dealing with more broadly in Australia. Is there any institution, any similar body to yourselves internationally that we might be able to look at as having done good work in this space and be able to assist us in our inquiry?
I don't have anything to give you today, but I will have a look into it to give you something on notice. Different places are doing various bits of work that's really constructive. My experience here at Monash has been very constructive and productive engagement. I don't think I've got expertise to give you an off-the-cuff answer on that.
No, that's all right. Feel free to take that on notice. If anything comes to mind that you think will be helpful, we are reaching the business end of the inquiry, so it'd be good to get anything. Ms. Bennett?
I'm going to take the same line. I certainly haven't got anything to hand, but we will take that on notice.
That's all right. I've had indications the committee members online don't have any questions, but I'll throw it to Mr. Perrott.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. And further to the Deputy Chair's question, I'm interested in the leading up to the legal. You talked about it in your earlier comments, Ms. Bennett, about those non-legal approaches to combating racism and discrimination and the like. And I was wondering if you could turn your mind to countries that have interesting approaches, rather than appearing in a tribunal or a judiciary, all of those things that go towards combating or preventing such behaviour. And I know you've been listening to we've had comments all throughout today about how university campuses must be, value academic freedom, be safe spaces, exchange of ideas, all of those sorts of things. So, and with the view to representing the societies that create those universities. So I was interested if you've can make comment on. I'm interested as a Queenslander in how Victoria has responded how things have changed since the Charter of Human Rights and Responsibilities, and any other international comparisons. I know Germany has quite clear laws coming out of their history, but there are other significant like-minded nations, I guess, that have taken steps to address anti-Semitism.
Thank you for that question. I think we're very clearly on the record of being proponents of a federal charter of human rights. We consider that whilst imperfect in both perhaps its framing and application, the Victorian Charter of Human Rights is a very good model, and that it provides a framework. Ironically, for an organisation that has a lot of lawyers, we don't necessarily advocate for a great expansion of the law, and we certainly don't think that the criminal law is the way to solve problems generally. I think in the university environment, when you talk about ways other than courts or tribunals, universities are a community in their own right, and they have a framework in their own right, and so all of those things do become quasi-legal to an extent. And so I'm afraid I'm going to stick with the line that we think education in and of itself, processes that don't seek to regulate but seek to educate, seek to create constructive conversations, are the best way to resolve these issues. I can't give you a perfect model. Again, if any of our members have something they can contribute, we'll return to you on that. But fundamentally, we think a charter and a federal charter provides a really good umbrella, a starting point that everyone can use to create an acceptable framework. And in terms of the universities, having that consistency across institutions, I would have thought would be very valuable, both for students and for staff to know as they move between institutions that there is a central agreed thing.
And a leading question, would the National Student Ombudsman play a role in that national consistency?
I don't know enough about the role of the Ombudsman. I would have assumed that would be a great way to get consistency.
Okay.
But I think
you can, Castan, you can answer my Dorothy Dixer if you want.
So might I chip in?
Absolutely.
The first thing, I'm just conscious that you can hear me correctly, so nod or something. The first, I have a shopping list of non-legal areas that I think deserve some really close attention. But the first one I wanted to mention was I was fortunate to be able to read Professor Philip Mendy's submission to you, which I think might be submission 45. So I do urge you to have a look at that, because on the front page of his submission he has 3 very critical questions which relate to how little evidence-based information we have on the manifestations of anti-Semitism in the Australian universities. And so in order to have solutions, we have to understand the nature and source of the problems so that we're fashioning the correct types of solutions.
So start by measuring.
First 3 questions that preface his submission, I think that will give some very good guidance, and I do endorse his suggestions there. And I also want to reiterate the very good comments of Associate Professor David Saluki this morning, who also had some very good thoughtful and sort of very cohesion-building approaches towards these issues, because they are social and community issues. Law enforcement is at the other end. It's when something's gone wrong, what we really need to work on and how do we get it right. And so I think that we do need we need some very thoughtful work on deployment of resources to counter extremist movements, which we've talked about in previous submissions, maybe even with some of you before. We need to really thoughtfully engage with social cohesion and interfaith initiatives. They can be very difficult or challenging. You might not get everybody at the first instance, but they have a snowball effect of creating better understanding, respectful discussions, understanding what we do and don't about. We need desperately to invest in human rights education nationally at all levels, throughout all of our education systems, and for people working in public institutions but also in the university sector. I think we need some really deep research into the mobilisation of social platforms and online dissemination of blatant racism, pro-racism, racist narratives, anti-Semitic tropes, etc., and how that verges into hate speech and incitement to violence, and the way that social media is very... I mean, I obviously use it very differently from how my students use it, and my students use it very differently from how the next generation of students use it. So I think some really strong interrogation of the role of social platforms and the people who use them in contravention of existing laws and standards, I think that actually feeds into how our students experience society and how they experience their time at university. I also think there needs to be appropriate research into the causes, into understanding investigation and evidence that's needed to either bring civil or criminal procedures for people. So I know that we're not only talking about the criminal law, but it's a real struggle to get violent and hateful speech before the required authorities. It's probably outside the university context per se, but it's part of an escalation. And I think we need some really considered scholarly research on what do enforcement authorities need in terms of evidence, in terms of the evidence laws, in terms of collection of the right types of evidence. It's important that we establish what is best practice in those areas, because clearly what's happened in the last few years has not resulted in many prosecutions, if any, and yet there are clearly things that verge into either the civil space or the criminal liability space. And we, of course, we've reiterated already that we think a Federal Human Rights Act creates a different culture. It creates, of course, there's a series of aspects of a human rights law, or like we've seen in Victoria and now in Queensland and in the ACT, which go beyond judges making decisions, and it goes beyond politicians and parliamentarians making laws. It actually has a very strong effect on the bureaucracy, because all public servants and all public authorities must take on board a human rights framework or sort of operating system in their decision making. Universities are public authorities, at least I think they probably are, and a little bit of a legal debate for us to have, but you know, a Federal Human Rights Act will create a different culture of operating, not just at the social level, but also in the university level, and all public authorities would have to consider that. So that's just the start of my shopping list. It kind of goes on a bit, but I don't want to take up all of the time for you.
Anything further to add to that, Ms Bennett?
No, other than that, I agree with that wholeheartedly, and I think that common language that a Federal Charter of Human Rights creates adds to these discussions and the debate. It gives everyone a starting point, which I think is invaluable.
No further questions from Mr Perrott? Well, I just want to ask, is there anything further from the discussion that we've had that you wanted to add before we wrapped up today? And I don't think there are any questions from the remaining members, but was there anything else you wanted to add as a bit of a footnote? I'm getting sideways shakes of the head. That's okay. But I want to thank you very much for appearing before the committee and for giving your time today. I think that was a good way to end the day. The committee requests and answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee's secretariat by close of business on the 31st of January. I think the only thing you had there was well, you had a couple of little things there, so just make sure you can get that back to us by the 31st. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all the witnesses who appeared, to Hansard and Broadcasting and the Committee Secretariat for their assistance today. And the committee now stands adjourned.